Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba, Scooby-Doo. Hello, everybody. We are here again for some Sorare streaming. We are live. Continuing the pursuit of buying one of every limited in Sorare 27. See me here. Twitch.tv/NepentheZ. This is ZZ. Yo, what's up, guys? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Do you think you'll be playing champs in FC27? Yeah, I probably will. Will you play champs in FC27, mate? Hey. Bosh. All right, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good morning, Kieran. How you doing, man? Good morning, Harley. How you doing, brother? Notice Lemon, what's up? HP Master. Thank you very much, man. Bjarki, how you doing? Roof. Is that Roof? Roof Scott. What's up, brother? KD20. Love from India. Hell yeah, bro. Michael, how many tickets you got now? Whew. It's a lot. It is a lot. 1,295. Do you think you'll be playing champs in FC27? Yeah, probably. The White Pele, how you doing, man? Spider Tate YT, what's up? Michael Berry, how you doing, man? I still play champs on FC26. Do you actually? It's pretty mad. I did like all I needed to get was 3 wins to get that Sophia Smith champs token card, and I just couldn't even be bothered. KD20 says, will there be Neymar in FC27? I presume so, yeah. Shem Bob, what's up, brother? Marcel, how you doing, man? How's it gunning? Marcel here. What's up, Ari Millsy? How you doing, bro? How's it gunning, lads? Marcel here. That's really weird, isn't it? I should stop doing that. Nearly 42 years old. Let's even though I'm going to throw away some clues, let's just do a cheeky little 10 to start, right? What are we saying? That's right. Only 1 set for clues so far. Essence otherwise. Oh, swimming. 4 highest rank, don't care about that. 2 highest rank, don't care about that. 4 highest rank, don't care about that. 200 XP, don't actually care about that. All right, here we go. Market credits, please. Boo. Any cup finals for me on MFL today? I don't think so. I don't think so. Let me have a look. We did have Ken Nelson, though, break the goal scoring record. Have I got any cup finals today? No, I haven't. You follow FC Pro Championship? No. No, I did not. Not this year, anyway. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I don't. Today is one of those times that... Oh, guys, the tweet that the X post that I posted on X yesterday, where I said, for all intents and purposes, I have completed the Croatian League. The problem is I'm still around 20 or so cards short because of non-supplied transfers. How long do we expect before Sorare update collections? The main man himself, Nicola Julia, has liked that tweet just now. Hell yeah, how about that? Sorare grind, let's go. What's up, Gibbo? My wife asked if we should get lunch. I was like, nah, Nep is live now. Go and get lunch with your wife, HB. Take her to the beach. How far away is the beach? Take her to the beach. Just have a light lunch, then take a walk across the beach, and then take a picture of you and her selfieing in front of the sea. And then if the next thing you post isn't a link to that picture, I'm going to block you. All right? I think that's fair. Today is the day I start my Sorare research. So do you know what? So speaking of Sorare research, so you just set my brain on a thing. I was like, why are some clubs, like some deadbeat clubs, so expensive for the cards and stuff? And then I was like, oh, it's Tuesday. Hold on, let me put some lineups in. Let me see what I've got. And then guess what? The reason why these cards, not deadbeat clubs per se, but Sturm, Austria Vienna, Dinamo Zagreb, Rapid Wien, these clubs have games today, and that's why they are more expensive. And I really should have just waited until after today to pick up some of the cards that I was missing on them. What's up? It's Just D. How you doing, man? 9 at 1.2k tickets is mental. How long you reckon it takes you to go through them? I mean, it will take a few hours. It won't take too long. Is there any leagues you'd suggest looking at for Sorare? I think from what I've seen, so I've done the NHL and Bundesliga. Like Contender is looking pretty fun. You know, you've got so many clubs. Even the big clubs have got like a lot of players that you can get for a decent price. You've got so many clubs that you can get players from to consistently play in that Contender board. The problem is the cash doesn't come until Streak 3. So I don't know. FIFA 17, when I can afford to buy a copy of the game, it's like £75 million to play it. Wait, each B hasn't actually typed in the chat, so he's either going to the beach or he's thinking, fuck, I don't want to get banned. Some of the prices on Celtic cards, given the risk with most are mental. Yeah, so here, let me show you what I haven't got. Bundesliga, Austrian Bundesliga, I now have a lot of the Red Bull Salzburg cards, to be fair. In these SPFL, I have no Rangers and no Celtic whatsoever. I just can't justify buying them right now. And I've got, like, you know, if I fill up these teams a little bit more, good value prices, I'll have enough for the first 3 streaks. I can pick up Celtic and Rangers at some other time, man. I'm in no rush for it. And then similarly with the Portuguese league, we're pretty deep on most of them. I haven't started any of Sporting, Porto or Benfica for the same sort of reason, man. I think the player prices on some of these cards is just so ludicrous. I've got more than enough teams here to kind of attack the first sets of streaks. I'll just run with what I've got. Even Annette wanted to say last night, I haven't watched your content since I grew out of FIFA, but I started playing Sorare last year. Nice to have your content back in my life. Hell yeah, Mr. Bojangles, man. Hell yeah. My strategy is play Classic, earn Essence, craft players, play Hot Streaks. So, funnily enough, I was curious when I was building my lineups. I clicked on the My Circle thing, and I looked at last game week, and good friend of the channel, Laun, he was there, which was good. Somebody else who was here, SR Monkey, I thought 35,000 Essence. Okay, a lot of that was him winning 28,000 from finishing second in the K-League. But still, 28,000 Essence. Man, if you can wash that Essence, that's banging, genuinely. I also saw, is it this game week? Yeah, this game week, we have got Laun on 9,000 Essence, and he's won the All-Star Elite Arena, not a golden one, loads of rare arenas, picking up first and second, and then good friend Lerdinho was there with 10,400 Essence, and again, it's from using these classic cards in these arenas, and I thought, he's going to pick up 10,000 All-Star Essence now. If he opens it now, I think that'd be silly. I don't think he would. But if he opens this Essence when everything's in crafts, that's 10 rare in-season cards that he's got. That's insane. Yeah. Ask him to come and see me, please. Yeah, I told you. I told you it happened. And so I'm sitting there, like, I think people that want to attack Classic, if you are good and you can get that initial Essence on the board to kind of get yourself some lineups in, I don't think it's unreasonable for people to be able to start banking tens of thousands of essence. Obviously, the more people that do it, the more competitive it gets, the harder it gets to win it, right? But yeah, I don't think it's going to be too impossible for I have a budget of 9k but 10k max spend. Is it J League and Sorare 27? Yes, it is. Yeah. Was the essence already converted to the new season? Yeah, it's been converted, I believe. Anyway, one thing to remember is it's not 10k essence profit. I'm assuming you scroll down. Some arenas led lost. Yeah, of course. Well, actually, if you count the XP, yeah, there's an all-star here. You are right, of course. Not every arena was won. How many arenas did he lose? So lost there. Bit of essence, sorry, bit of XP there. Came second in the Golden All-Star. And then it did really, really, really well, to be fair. It did really well. I'll be 2 seconds. One minute. Oh, alrighty then. I'm planning on playing Prem and Champ because I know them best, but I think it's going to be hard because they're not the best scored leagues. Fun either way. Yeah, it's about having fun though, isn't it? Some essence is had already I can use now to get in season when they're all in class. Yes. Well, not necessarily. It depends what essence you have, right? So if you have all-star essence, you can get anyone from anywhere. But if you have MLS and K-League essence, you can only get MLS and K-League players. And so that's what the washing the essence is. You can see what's coming out next, right? For me, it's all-star, bit more all-star, then a bit of MLS, then lots of all-star. If the MLS and K-League or J-League essence, sorry, K-League essence that I had is the next essence that I would spend, you would go and spend that in the arenas, right? You'd go and use that as your entry fees into the arenas, because then if you win more back or the same back or whatever, if you get anything back, it becomes all-star. So that's how you wash the essence. You end up spending the essence from the leagues that you don't want players from to get all-star essence. Now, you might still get J-League, K-League, and MLS players. And right now, you would still get them because, MLS, K-League and MLS are the only ones in the crafting pool right now. But you might get a Premier League player. You might get a championship player. You might get a La Liga player. And so I think it's a really cool way. So if I look at my rare essence, actually, what's my rare essence balance? Yeah, see how my rare essence is all MLS. And then 83, which was the converted essence, I believe. My balance here is all MLS, which means if I play some arenas now with this MLS essence, I can convert it into all-star all-star essence, which just gives it far more value. Is today a good day to start buying Eredivisie players? I wouldn't have thought so. I think the market right now is a lot higher than I thought it would be, quite honestly.
Shoved me.
Did he? Ask him to come in here, please.
I've told him I will take it away for the day, but he doesn't want to play with me. Ryan, Daddy wants you.
Just give me 1 sec, guys. Hold on. Shabby-dabby-doo. Right, I'm back now. I'm back. Back to life. Back to Aiden. Thank you very much for the 26 months, man. Hey, Nep, how's it going? I'm assuming you'll be getting FC27, even though there are mixed reviews from everyone. I will be getting it. The degen in me wants to get the Ultimate Plus version, but I don't want that. I just want the Ultimate Edition so I can get the bonus Evo slot. Right, so let's. I'll show you guys a little run through of where we're at with everything. We'll start with the Croatian League, and I think I'm like 1 or 2 cards away from completing this league. This guy doesn't have a card, so that team's done. This guy doesn't have a card. This guy doesn't have a card. That team's done. This guy has a card, but it's not first owner, so I can't buy it, and nothing else is on, so he's done. He doesn't have any cards. He doesn't have any cards. He doesn't have any cards. That team's done. That team is literally done. He doesn't have any cards. He has, he has a non-first ownable card and him too. Otherwise, that team's done. He doesn't have any cards. That team's done. He doesn't have any cards and he doesn't have any cards. So that team's done. None of these 5 players have any cards. So that team is done. The only team I think I can still get 1 or 2 players from is Dinamo Zagreb. Can Legends be using any? Like, not anymore. Not anymore. One of those, like, you know, Sorare have had a few little mini rug pulls across the years, and that was one of them. This guy we can pick up. Why is the first owner flows collection so important? Because you can't complete the collection missions without the card being first owner. And that means either from the auction house instant by market as a reward or crafted. He doesn't have any cards. He's probably at a price I'm not willing to pay right now. He doesn't have any cards. He's at a price I'm not really willing to pay. Oh, we could place a bid on him. So that's 2 cards, I think, and then this guy will be 3. Yeah, so I'm literally missing 3 players from the entirety of the Croatian League. And then otherwise we're good. We're good with it. Wasn't there a bin for that first card for cheaper than you bid? Yeah, but that was from Manager Market, not from the auction house or instant buy market. Head up, love the content. Just want to ask thoughts on Orlando City now with Griezmann and Dijk, if you still follow the MLS. Yeah, I don't follow it too intensely anymore. Griezmann out there should do very well, though. I know he scored on his debut, didn't he? Which is pretty legit-y. Does every limited mean every? Or well, I'm skipping the J League. Otherwise, every limited means every. Wait, Maurice, you was in here yesterday. You knew every meaned every. Then from the Bundesliga, so I don't. Obviously, you can see the ones that are already completed because they've got a big completed sign on them. Other than that, like, that's 3 teams done already. This team, yeah, we need to get him. But yeah, because Rapid Wien are playing today, because they're playing today, the price points of like all of their players are just a little bit higher. Like, I don't really want to pay more ticks than I need to. So I won't go for him again now. This guy, yeah, we can offer a tick up on him. And then this guy, we could do a little bit on him. I'm here every time, but never really got if you really go for every league. Yeah, it will be every league bar. But I'm not like rushing to get every player before the first ball is kicked. Oh, they're fully complete. Why didn't it show Austria Vienna's fully complete? That's interesting. Oh, Sturm Graz also fully complete. Does that mean you can start streaking today? I don't think today, because it's not contender games. I think there's nothing in season on offer right now. Why are you skipping the J League? Just because of the times of the games, the times that the games kick off. Invalid Mango Pay wallet transfer signature. What the hell does that mean? I don't even use Mango Pay. Yeah, it's European games today. That's right. Yeah. Do one more on him. So we've got a little bit to go on Red Bull. One card to go here. Yeah, but by all accounts, we are almost done. We're basically done on the Austrian and Croatian League. Croatian League is 2 cards away. Austrian League is like 5 cards and then some Salzburg cards. Otherwise, we're pretty much all done and dusted. And even here, like half of these guys don't even have cards, which is obviously a bit frustrating. Are you entering Arena if they open today? Yeah, well, Arena's always open. I don't really have too many players. I've put some lineups in, some classic lineups. I don't want to bid more on him. Do one bid on him. He doesn't have a card. He doesn't have a card. Do 1 or 2 ticks on him. But yeah, I will. I've got. Ooh, don't want to do more than that now. I've got. Look at that. Say Tonio got this guy for £10. How do some auctions just slip through like that, man? And then we've got, yeah, the Salzburg Donny boys. What's up, chaps? How you doing, man? The price of the Eredivisie cards are surprisingly high to me. Haven't bought from the other leagues, though. How do you think it compares to the other leagues? I haven't looked at the price of the Eredivisie cards. I bid on a few of them earlier that just had no bids on, just to see if I could get any, and I think I got like 3 or 4, but nothing too major. But I think same as the Portuguese league, the Eredivisie has got cash right in the second streak. So I think people are looking at that and thinking, yeah, let me get involved in that ASAP. And then I also think for the Eredivisie, there's, much like the Portuguese league as well, there's just so evidently a few teams that are that much better than the rest that it's got people kind of just FOMOing into these cards. Can't buy him. Can't buy him. Can't buy him. Can buy him. This is what I mean. Like even these Salzburg cards, about 6 or 7 of these cards have gone. They're not part of the collection anymore, and I can't do anything about it. We do 1 tick on him. Hopefully, I almost don't want to get him. Yeah, good. I want his price to come down a bit. Can't buy him. Can't buy him. Can buy him. So for the not going to buy him at that price. So for the sake of argument, I've pretty much finished the Austrian league and the Croatian league. They're just done. Eredivisie has some smashers, high average players. It does. I also think the Dutch player base is relatively big. Yeah, it probably is. Probably is. Hilly Hooligan, how you doing, brother? Hi, Nep. If you play the first week of Pro and one of your players has already played, but an upcoming player isn't playing, can you restart the board to play a new team using players within the previous team? To my knowledge, no. It's been a bit of like conflicted messaging with it, though. Some people are adamant that you can. Some people are saying that you can't. Major first streak lineup for today's game and contender. I don't have any. I don't have any contender players. Ba-da-bum-bum. What have we got? Yeah, nothing. Absolutely nothing. You do Austria League. It's not contender. It's European games. So if people are buying those cards to expect us to be able to play them in here, you're in for a rude awakening, friend. I still can't get these players either, which is annoying. Yeah, the Austrian Bundesliga have completed 7 collections already. While having a lot of clues and also prices being high, I really feel like it's worth to get medium players and just farm the first streaks for essence. Could be better until international break. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think for me, I'm just waiting until some other leagues are actually in the reward pools. Hilly Hooligan, thank you very much for the 2 months, man. I'm just not sure if it's players within the same board that can't be used, but if you restart the whole board, not just cancel the lineup, it could completely reset. Something interesting, yeah. I mean, it's interesting to consider for sure. It is interesting to consider. 1,300 tickets now. God damn. Do you know what's mad about the tickets though, guys? Honestly, I feel like at the moment, like, look how many outbids we've got here. Now, I'm not necessarily guaranteed like this. I might not be getting a ticket from this one, but this one I probably am. This one I probably am. This one I definitely am. The amount of outbids I've got, I'm getting like 10 tickets per player. It's insane. And if these tickets have like even like a 25 cents expected value, I'm going to end up bringing back in a huge, like, you know, not huge, but like 5, 8, 10% of like my total spend from the EV of the tickets. It's quite mad. How'd you get 10 tickets per player? No, what I mean is for every player that I get, that like for every 10 players that I bid on, I'm only winning 1 player. I'm not winning 9 players, but I am winning the tickets from those 9 players. Nep, I can send you how much you spent so far per league team if you want. How do you have that information, 69TW? Is that like down from the API or something? But yes, that would be great. I know NCF Nick Sorare has kind of is building a spreadsheet on my behalf. I haven't even looked at it yet. I've been so busy recently, spending all my money on Sorare. If a player transfers, you're going to have to get the card for both teams to get the collections. Yes, unless they've already transferred. Like in the case of some of these teams that have already gone. Isn't it weird how like this one has got a? Is that because I'm first? No, I'm third. Why is there like a circle around, or like a highlighted list around some of these and not around others? But yeah, in the case of like some of these teams, already some of the players have transferred out, and so I can't get the card, but I'll get them at their otherwise transferred things. Can you see my chat? So I sure can. Can help you into sports cards. Just got it. I've got a few Arsenal cards and a signature honorary. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I've got a lot of sports cards. Yeah. Anytime entry. So we're going to update the squads to reflect the cards that are not available. Oh, also, well, they're going to have to, aren't they? Because they've done this massive thing on first owner missions, like first owner owned cards to complete the collection missions. Completed collections for the highlight. No, but that's not true because look, this one says completed. I suppose that does have a purple trim around it. I was looking here though. Not here. Let's look here. Yeah, see, look, these have got a big green glow around them, but Austria Leno haven't. They've just got the regular, like they've got a green under trim here. Oh, they're not completed. Oh yeah, so like Cashpoint, Altak, they don't have any glow on them. I mean, maybe there's a little white glow there, but this is the glow. Do you know what I mean? This is the completed glow. This doesn't have it. Nep, can you play this free to play? You certainly can, mate. Well, not this is the paid version of the game, but they have something called Set that is free to play. It's called Arcade now, but so yeah, even like look, this one's completed, and it doesn't have the glow. Like you like it's so evident to see. This has a glow. This has a glow. This doesn't. This has a glow. This doesn't. This has a glow. So I'm curious as to why 2 of the completed setups don't have glows around them. The glow's the color of the team. So because Cashpoint are black, the glow. I feel like I'd be able to see it though, because Gauntomatic Reed are black and they've got the white trim around them. Hartberg are blue. They've got a blue trim. Tyrol green got a green trim, and I can see the trim. Like you would be able to see the glow. Like look how evident this glow is here. Like if we zoom in, yeah, look at Austria Vienna. You can see. Look here. You like there's a little shimmer there, but no different to an uncompleted one. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's just something wrong with it. I don't know. The card is slightly bigger. The trim just isn't visible. Yeah, we've got a lot of completed streaks now. And then so we'll go back to having a little look at the SPFL today. Did I just go through the SPFL? No, I didn't. We're getting quite close on a lot of these as well. I'm hoping now that we'll be able to pick up a few more missing players for today. Look at the bottom left corner. You can see the black glow. You know, if you have 300 euros, do you suggest to play in season or classic? If I had 300 euros, I would play in season contender, probably. Now that they removed cash from set, how is the transition from there to limited? That's just for the summer camp, that there's only gems and no cash. Hey, I'm quite new to Sorare. Went ahead and bought a cheap Dinamo Zagreb player for the decisive player mission, but I can't seem to select him for it. Any idea? What do you, like? So you click on play, you click the green boot. So first of all, then you can click on this. So first of all, I would not be buying cards to play this decisive picker because you only get XP for this, which by all accounts is like pointless unless you're like playing for cash cards or essence. There were people saying in Discord that those collections will remain impossible to complete because it's just a bonus. I will kick up a storm if that's the case. But people in Discord don't know what they're talking about. There is zero chance that Sorare will give these collection missions with really good rewards down the bottom end and then make it impossible for people to complete it. Oh, well, then doesn't matter. It was only a few cents anyway. Yeah, I think your player should show up here though. Like either way, if you've bought somebody, click on make sure you're on the right scarcity, right? Because there's 4 different scarcity types. So make sure you're on the right scarcity and then click on it and you'll have like the player will show up there. Will there be issues with the contender game weeks if you've used Zagreb and they have a game again before the other game weeks league is finished? No, I'll be able to use them again. Check the server Discord. Haven't included Eredivisie since you just started. Let's have a look. Let's open this up. So in the Austrian league, I've spent 1,280. But yeah, there's some market credits in there because that was the first league that I went for. Oh no, wait, the Croatian league was the first one, wasn't it? Average per player is 428. Do you know what's interesting? When Josh was kind of aggregating how much it would cost me for the whole lot, I think we assigned an average to $10 per player. And that's how he said, like, yeah, he said $10 per player. So I am significantly lower. Yo, Ramaz, what's up, brother? From Chechnya. Hell yeah, dude. So we're significantly lower on the average per player. That's pretty interesting. So this is in euros as well, right? 69. Is that including big cost players, though? Well, these first 2 leagues are like done. Oh, this is Great British Pounds. Okay. These first 2 leagues are like done. I have in the Croatian league, I literally have 2 players left to buy. And in the Austrian Bundesliga, there's a handful of Salzburg players to buy, and then like 3 other players. So we're literally done there. In the Portuguese league, I haven't touched, as you can see here, Porto, Sporting, or Benfica yet. And then those 4 teams don't exist at the moment. You'd like to think that Sorare would get them right. And then these teams are mostly complete. Average per player at the moment is £3. And then the Scottish league, haven't touched Celtic or Rangers yet. Damn, do you know what? I'm content with that. If it's around the 1,000 to sort of £1,500 mark per small league, and then around probably double that for the major leagues, maybe even triple that for the major leagues. Depends when I buy the players. I think I'll try and buy it smartly. That's not bad. Love the strategy you're going for this year, Nep. I think it opens up so many opportunities for different kinds of content and streams. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Do I keep my players from the summer camp when the big leagues start? No, the new set, you start from the beginning. You start from scratch. Is it smart to put a DMP defender in a lineup and have a starter striker as a sub? No, because the sub won't come in. You still need to form a legitimate lineup. Why aren't you using the wheel tickets? Because I have already maxed clues and I can't craft yet because there's no Sorare 27 cards in crafting at the moment. Top 5 leagues will like that. Yeah, they will. I don't know if it's possible 69 TW to put an overall average of price per player so far, so that we can see how it starts creeping as we go through the bigger teams and the bigger leagues. That's fascinating, though. Rijeka and Hajduk cost quite a lot, didn't they? Dinamo Zagreb 260. No, Dinamo Zagreb are like a quarter of the entire total spent. What do you mean legit lineup? So you have to have a goalkeeper, defender, midfielder, forward, and then 1 extra outfield player. So if you've got a goalkeeper, a DMP defender, a midfielder, and 2 forwards, and then you put striker as a sub and the defender or the midfielder doesn't play, they won't be replaced by the striker, because otherwise then you'd have 3 strikers. Even without top leagues, it's lower than I expected so far. It's probably about where I expected. There's a few teams there that are a little bit more than I would have liked to hope for, and then there's a few that are banging, like Austrian Leno, £43 for the entire set. That's basically every single player at like the £1.70 mark, right? With the DMP stuff, do I have to put a 6th player by force, or is it optional? Yeah, it's optional. It's optional. And I know you mentioned in your video about Sorare 27, but what the rares actually do in limited streaks. I've heard rewards boost rewards or scores, and I'm stuck on which it is. It is rewards, yeah, boost your rewards. You can use a DMP player to avoid the cap. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Is it not 2 clues for winning an auction? Yeah, but my clues are like maxed out, right? Other than the keep best 5, they're maxed out. So if I spin the wheel now and we get a clue, it just goes to waste. And at the very start, there you go. So 4 country clues gone to waste. At the very start, they have so much value, 10 country clues gone to waste. Because if I can pull a craft and get like a Premier League star or La Liga star or something, and the clues help me to find it, I'll be able to sell it for, you know, ideally hundreds of pounds, right? And make a big portion back. So you don't want to waste the spins and then inevitably waste the clues, because it's just not very efficient. So once we start getting, basically, I'm just going to save all of my wheel spins until like, when's the European football starting? So Premier League kicks off 21st. So they won't have players in rewards until the Tuesday after, so like the 25th of August. The La Liga kicks off on the 15th. So La Liga players will be in around the 23rd or 24th of August. Similar, well, probably the same day as Premier League, actually. And then we've got the Bundesliga, which I think, does it kick off a week later, or is it the same time this time? Yeah, so the Bundesliga kicks off a week later. So the hopefully the will's still here by this point. But basically, what's the other league? Premier Liga, Bundesliga, or French League. That kicks off the same time. So hopefully, how long will the will last? So the will definitely last until at least after the Bundesliga auctions have started, right? Because the tickets are associated to the cards. So the spins will definitely last until, I would say, like the 16th or 18th of August, at like the earliest. I don't like, if Sorare want to be what I would say, maybe like arseholes about it, they'll get rid of the wheel on this weekend here, the weekend beginning like the 21st, 22nd of August, because the Premier League, Bundesliga, French League, and La Liga cards won't go into the crafting pool until the 25th of August. So if they get rid of the wheel after the 25th of August, we're eating. If, however, they get rid of the wheel before the 25th of August, the players that we're going to be able to pick up from the crafts and the clues is going to be Liga Portugal, SPFL, Austrian Bundesliga, Croatian Liga, Bundes 2, English Championship, Japanese League, French League 2, Pro League, and Eredivisie. Now, there's still some value in those cards. Of course, there is. But, of course, there's more value in the other cards. Portuguese League starts the 7th. Yeah, the 7th of August, though, right? So the Portuguese League cards will... It's basically... It's only the 4 major leagues that start after all of the other leagues. So if I put a midfielder sub, it can only come on as a midfielder. No. No. So let me show you. If you put in a goalkeeper, a defender, a midfielder, and a forward, and let's say for the sake of argument you put in another forward, right? If your goalkeeper sub being a goalkeeper, that's just 1 for 1. That's fine, right? If your sub is another forward and one of your forwards DMPs, he will replace that forward. If, however, like Lewis Smith DMPs, this forward cannot occupy that midfield space. However, if your extra was a midfielder, so we've got Fadinga and Smith here, if on this occasion Smith DMPs, Fadinga absorbs the midfield spot and then the attacking sub can come in. So you still need to have a maximum of 2 of a position. So if you've got midfield extra, midfield in the midfield spot as you would have, do not use a midfield sub unless you're expecting one of your midfielders to DMP. If you're just trying to protect as many, basically to protect as many positions as you can, you want your sub to be not of the position that the extra is, because whatever the extra is, they'll absorb that first position. So yeah, if you've got 2 midfielders in the 5, don't use a midfielder as a sub. If you've got 2 forwards, don't use a forward. If you've got 2 defenders, don't use a defender. Unless it's one of those things where you're like, oh, there was some news around let's say you've got Fadinga and Lewis Smith in there, and you're literally like, Fadinga's a bit like 70-30, but if he starts, I really want to use him. But if he doesn't play, I've got the guy that's going to be playing instead of him in there, so it will just be a 1-for-1 swap. That's fine. So 2, 2, and 1 with 2 goalkeepers. Yeah, basically, yeah. When did the wheel disappear last year? I have not got a clue. I don't know. I don't know if anyone in the chat knows. You should still wait for the top leagues in craft, I think. Yeah, but because probably what I would do is like use a craft, use some clues, and then build, like, then spin the wheel to build the clues back up again, do a craft, use some clues, and so on and so forth. And if if I have to build, basically just like leave it at 50 50 50 50, so that when the major cards come out, I've still got 5 clues. And of course you can use the essence as well to like reveal. La Liga starts 15-8 though. Yeah, but that first game week doesn't end until it goes for an entire week, because it's like games per day, right? So it's, yeah, the last game of that game week is Thursday, August the 27th, which means the La Liga cards won't get put into crafting until the following Tuesday. War ends Tuesday, 26th of August, 4 p.m. Central European time. Is that right? So, yeah, see that? Yeah, so okay, so that's exactly what the fear was then. If they've ended it on the 26th of August, oh no, the 26th of August. Oh, that's banging. No, wait, Tuesday is the 25th, not the 26th. Unless you're learning the game will start is really hard. It's true. What do I think about Vinny joining Arsenal? Man, sometimes I read some pieces and I'm like, yeah, he's never coming. And then sometimes I read some pieces and I'm like, oh yeah, there's no way he's not coming. I'm 50-50 as well. Is there anything stopping me from buying 7 players today out of season for €2 each and using them in competitor? Nope, you go for it. I think it was a week after the Prem started. Just asked Sorare support and they quoted Tuesday the 26th of August. Wednesday is the 26th of August. I've got the calendar open for you. If it's the Tuesday at 4 p.m. Central European time, they're doing exactly what I wished that they wouldn't do, and they are closing the wheel spins down before the Major League cards are in prize pools, which I think is poor. If, however, it's the Wednesday instead of the 26th, then we get 1 day to rinse as much as we can. Your Prestige 26 is looking spicy going into the last game. Yeah, but we lost the easy game. We lost to bottom of the table. They've, like, honestly, that's so savage. Because if I won that game, my goal difference is better than everyone's here. If I win that game, I would be top with 1 to go. Now, I did beat first place a few games before. They've had a terrible time, to be fair. They've had a rough run of it. Who have I got in the last game? Denver Dynasty. So I've basically got 3rd place. If I win against 3rd place, I will definitely be in playoffs. If I don't win, I definitely won't be. But yeah, that loss there to bottom of the table, it's like cost me everything pretty much. I bet Tuesday 26 was the will last year. I don't know if it was. As I say, I think it will be a testament to Sorare if they cheese us, basically. Oh, wow, the MFL UI looks so different. Mate, MFL UI is awesome. They've done a great job. The main takeaway from doing that sheet is that with the bids being minimum £1.70 Great British pounds, those fodder cards you can get from around 1.7 to 250, you can most likely save £1 Great British pound per, which so far is around 700. So by the end of it's going to be 1 to 3 league, just because the min bid is that high. What do you mean 690W? What do you mean I can most likely save £1 per? Just told the robot the 26th is a Wednesday and it corrected it to the 25th. Yeah, so that's it was Tuesday 26th last year. It would have been the week after the first game week. Yeah, it would have been because everything kicked off a week earlier last year. If they were secondary market instead. Yeah, so what I'm hoping for is that, yes, I probably could have got them for £1 or so cheaper on average if I went through the secondary market. But I'm basically assigning that pound's value to the wheel spin that I get with it and the wheel spins that I get for all of the cards that I don't get, even though I bid on them. You know, we're 4 leagues deep right now, and I've already got 1,300 wheel spins, and I've probably spun about 200 or 300 times. So by the time we get through all of it, I'll probably have like 5,000 or 6,000 wheel spins. So that each pound per player contributes towards those wheel spins. Then it also then contributes towards the collections. And I'm again hoping to pull back a good portion from the collections. You know, like if now we don't know this, and we won't know this until we start pulling the cards. If these 3-star cards are just from anywhere, just from a prize pool of 3-star players, and I've got an opportunity of hitting like a Premier League key or a La Liga key or something, that's awesome. If they're league specific, that's also awesome, because that means I'll guarantee a Premier League icon and a La Liga icon and 2 La Liga stars and 2 Premier League stars, which will have a really good amount of value back. On top of that, we're going to have all of the clues from these, which is also interesting because I can then claim these clues to help build. I can basically, I'm not going to claim any of this and just bank it all, and then claim it all when everything's in rewards, because I've got all of this essence to come as well, all of these clues to come, and all of these cards. And then, of course, again, the expectation there is that I will get, you know, already start returning on the investment immediately just from the collection missions. Do you think you'll get a lot more clues in essence? Like maybe. I mean, so far I've got more essence than clues. We're up to almost 12,000 essence now, and I've only got enough clues for 5 crafts. So it seems to be like 6 and 2 3s. Not sure if you can help me understand. Why is there a lot of players you can't add to watch? Yeah, I think watch list is broke. Yeah. But yeah, no matter how much I try to claim this player, it says you've won a card. Error. No player available to pick. Cool. Cheers. And then from the League of Portugal, more clues here. And again, even here, right, like collect players from Sporting, Porto and Benfica. There's 2 stars there. Like, if like they could be like really serious players, and there's 9,000 essence there, and then collecting the stars and icons, there's an icon and 2 more stars and another 15,000 essence. Like, the volume of content we're going to get back from doing all of this, plus all the essence. Each league is 46k. It's a takeout contender, small missions. 9 pro leagues equals 414,000 essence. Yeah, so that's another. So especially if I'm like able to use a lot of clues and stuff as well, and really kind of like maximize my potential there, that's 41 players. Is that 41 players? Yeah, no. Wait, is that 400 players? 1 player's 1,000, 10 players, 414 players, yeah. Yeah, 414 players. That's insane. Like, that's insane. That's a huge, huge number of players I'm able to just sell off straight away. And if on top of all of the stars and icons and stuff that I get, like, I would like to hope that I would make, with the wheel spins, with market credits, you know, like there's definitely got to be, there's definitely got to be some kind of give and take between not owning all the players yet, using the wheel to build up some market credits, and then use those market credits to get the players in cheaper. This was in a Sorare Discord from like Sorare yesterday at 5:40 p.m. I don't have an exact date to share yet. The future of the Wheel of Fortune is still uncertain. Okay, there you go. Yeah, so 18 icons and 54 stars. Another 414 players from the essence that's given, and then the wheel spins on top. I think that's worth the £1 average bump per player. I might be wrong. I might be sitting here afterwards going like all of those crafts and all of those cards and stuff, and it's like, oh wow, we made like 20 quid back. Like, it might be terrible. I'd just like to hope that it's not. I would like to hope that it's not. Is there a limit to how much essence you can have? I didn't realize there was a limit to how much XP you could have until it says it. Is there a limit to the essence? It'd be quite disappointing if it was, wouldn't it? I'm about to get another Salzburg player. What was I doing? Let's. Oh yeah, I've already popped them out. Right, Aberdeen. Bosch. Marius Muller. Top notch. I'll just do one tick on this guy. Dan Happy. Are you planning to use clues in every craft or only when stars and icons are available? I haven't really thought about it yet. I suppose it will depend on what the essence is. Although it's going to be a big mix of everything, isn't it? So yeah, probably just for the rooms where I know I've got something big. Plans for the Belgian League buying today are waiting. It just depends, mate. It just depends. It depends on what the prices are. It looks like the... Oh, look at that. It went on auction for £11 and then on auction for £7. It looks like the Eredivisie is quite high priced. And so I don't want to go for it. And it'll be the same with the Pro League. If it's just too expensive, if basically if the cards that are DNPs are going for more than the first or second tick of a bid, I just won't buy them. You know, that starts becoming increasingly expensive when instead of getting a card for £1.70 or £2, you're paying £2.30 or £2.60. Like it adds up massively. Love what you're doing, by the way. Think it will make for some great content throughout the season. You would like to hope so, yeah. So Swallow, I'm not interested in buying. Fagan Walcott, what a great name. Stuart Findlay. He's already overpriced compared to where he was at. See, now, like we'll do the Scottish League here now, and then it'll be like for all of those for those in the Austrian and Croatian League, I'm pretty much done at this point. I'm happy to just kind of like bide my time even for a few days and see where the trends go. Because I've paid already. I've built so much of each of them through that I've got more than enough players to begin the streaks. Hearts to play today, swap in price. There you go, and that'll be why then, yeah. And isn't that fascinating? That having a game that doesn't even contribute towards the streaks is causing these player prices to increase. Do you plan to keep up with Sorare content throughout the year? Usually when FC arrives, the Sorare content really takes a backseat. I don't believe that to be true at all. Last year I was engaged with Sorare all the way through until December when I like put a hard stop to it. But to answer the question is yes, I plan to be engaged with Sorare all the time. Don't want to pay that. Is he the starting goalkeeper? Or is Hepburn or Thompson the starting goalkeeper? His price suggests... I don't know. I don't even know if his price does suggest that he's a starting goalkeeper, to be fair. How far am I with the Portuguese? I haven't got any of the big three, but for the rest of them, I've got most of all of them. When do you release a beginner video? Probably today at some point. Worst case, tomorrow. He played their friendlies. Scott Bain. So he's ticked up a little bit as well. Maybe those other ones were a little outlier on the downside, actually. Scott Bain, 34 years old. God damn, Scott Bain. Call it a late. He's already overpriced compared to where he's been. Toby Stewart is a starter. Really good mate of mine. Messages him most days. Is that right? He's got no card. Yeah, I think for these leagues now, it's just going to be once per day in like maybe late at night or early in the morning, just having a little check through. Can I get anybody that I don't have for a reasonable price? If yes, great, let's put a bid on. If no, no stress. Let's go back to working on the other leagues. You should do really well on the daily challenges too. Yeah, do you know what? You are absolutely correct. Sometimes they have like market credits and like loads of essence opportunities and stuff like that. I wonder if we're going to get daily challenges that are league specific. Because if we are, that could be another massive point of like return on investment, couldn't it? Reckon Sherpin gets minted for USG. Why wouldn't he? Unless there's been some news about him that I've not heard. Do I think Vinicius Jr. will come to Arsenal? I hope so, mate. I hope so. Oh, Sherpin's gone to Ipswich. Oh, then if he's already transferred, he won't get minted, no. Benfica play this week, so that may spike their prices if you want to take that into consideration. Yeah, so I don't have any Benfica players yet. I don't plan on getting the Benfica players until they're at prices that I'm quite happy with. And also there's like a lot of jeopardy with transfers for Benfica at the moment, isn't there? If I had that budget, mate, I'd probably be looking to go into contender. Marcus Fraser. No cards for him. No cards for him. No cards for him. Yeah, RB situation is doubtful. Goalkeeper the same. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that they're looking to bring in a new goalkeeper. And so then why would I want to go and buy the goalkeepers that are there now if they're going to get transferred out? Like, you know, like I say, like, I want to do this. I want to commit to this and I want to get every single player, one of every single limited in Sorare 27. But I don't want to, like, light my money on fire at the same time. Do you know what I mean? Am I the only Arsenal fan that don't want Vinny LMFAO? I think he overrated and overpriced. Yeah, you must be. Last year I got a good in-season Eredivisie lineup for 300 great British pounds. Yeah, but obviously with one lineup, you've got great risk because if you get an injury, suspension, like somebody falls out of favour, gets transferred out, you now got to go and buy more players. You think he worth the cost? We don't even know what the cost is. How can we make a judgment on whether or not we think a player is worth how much they would cost when we don't know how much he would cost? One more there. No more there. Juventus wants the Benfica keeper. The Benfica keeper. It's got a nice ring to it, hasn't it? Paul McGinn. Can't get him. They saying 150 to 170 million. Yeah, but 150 to 170 million what? Pounds, euros, dollars, yens? And also, like, you gotta keep in mind that even if we paid 150 million pounds for Vinicius Jr., the uplift in Arsenal's ability to sell themselves as a brand is huge. The shirt sales would be huge. The merchandise sales, the ticket sales would be huge. Who wouldn't want to come to the Emirates to see Vinicius Jr. play? Not just Arsenal fans, and of course they would. But what about when Arsenal go away and play Ipswich or Coventry? You think those fans are are showing up. Of course they're showing up. They want to see Vinicius Jr. Like, it would be so huge for Arsenal and for the Premier League that 150 million is a bargain. What's my budget this year to get all the cards? I don't have a budget. I'll just keep going until I've got them all. Obviously, as I said before, I'm not looking to throw money away, so I'll be trying to do it as efficiently as possible. But I will just keep going until I've got them all. Or until the ones that I haven't got, I can't get first owner, basically. I have a feeling it's going to cost around £25,000 to £30,000. We had almost 10,000 in the wallet from rewards last year. I do, like, this year, guys, like, just don't let me start buying cards, okay? Unless I buy something to use it in season, in a streak, to get better rewards, to then sell it immediately afterwards. Just don't let me buy. Oh, he doesn't have a card. Don't let me buy cards. I won't need to buy any limiteds for obvious reasons. I'll have them all already. But last year, like, I spent about £4,000 on on K-League, rares and limiteds to play the in-season, and I don't even play it because I don't like it, and I don't know who starts and who doesn't, and I don't know how good my players are, and I'm sat there in this moment, and I think to myself, I have won nothing from the K-League, and now I've got all of these players that are worth significantly less than when I initially bought them, and I would much have rathered have that 4,000 in the wallet. Wouldn't that be great? Same situation for what I did with MLS. I spent about £6,000 on the MLS of money that I earned through playing the game. I spent £6,000 on the MLS stuff, and although I've done alright with MLS, I've won little bits here and there, and got up the streaks a few times. I won the $100 a few times and stuff. It's nowhere near what I've put into it, and I'd much rather just not played it. And it's like all of a sudden that £4,000 and £6,000 that I spent into the MLS and the K League. If I had that here now, I love that way more. Hell yeah, I would. And so if I do buy a player this year, it's got to be like a rare player. It's got to be like I'm buying it to be my captain in this streak target. Boom. After he's finished, I'm going to sell him on again. Even if I buy him for £80 and I have to sell him on again for £65, just swallow that £15 loss, because otherwise in 3 weeks' time he's going to be worth £12, and you're going to be sitting there wishing that you just sold him for £65. No, I haven't got any Celtic and Rangers yet, Neil. None yet. Wait until those Arsenal special edition cards come out. So Arsenal rares will be different, right? I will buy Arsenal rares. They won't be part of the financial package, let's say, of the buying one of every limited. They will be just because I want them, I will buy them. No, I've never heard of it, Justy. Also, them special comps where you got to buy a certain design of card to play, those are a money sink. They were, and I have already thought about that for this season, Roja, and that is why one of the things I really want to do, is, man, I'm going to have to get divorced and tell my kids that they need a new dad so that I've got enough time to do all of this. But I want to really grind Arena this year, not leaderboard Arena, the real Arena this year, because if when those things come, I've got a bank of 40 or 50,000 essence, those cards go into the crafts, I could just start crafting them, right? And that's how I'll get my entry point in. I'll craft the cards, I'll sell the one that I have that's not the special edition version, or maybe I'll craft the cards to get entry points in and then I'll sell them. But yeah, I want to be able to basically build the essence up from arenas and, well, Arena Leaderboard and Arena Classic, like original Arena. Man, it's so rare. Just change the names back. It's dumb. If I say I want to do something in the Arena, what does that mean? Arena in season? Arena Classic? Arenas, the Classic Arena? Like, it's all like, just change it back. Yo, what's up, Roxy? How you doing, man? You should also win big when the shiny competition arrives at the early stage of the season. Oh, yeah. When I reveal all these cards and you need the shinies to enter, ooh, I should have them all. Or sell the shiny cards and then rebuy from the auction house like a regular version. See, I'm telling you, man, I've cracked the code. I don't even have to play the streaks, and I'm still gonna make the money. You know, I'm gonna invest. It's gonna cost me 30 grand to buy all of these cards, and before a ball is even kicked in anger, I'm gonna have made at least 250 grand back. It's gonna be great. Would you recommend playing streaks or leaderboards when only going for one lineup / comp? I like leaderboards ultimately, but it just depends on what you prefer. So also not those promo cards have additional comps for them, like the Halloween cards. Yes, I won't be buying those, as I say. I'll be looking to craft those. You know, I'll be looking to kind of save as many clues and as much essence as always as possible. You know, like today, for example, I've got 4 lineups here. You know, what is it? There's 14,400 lineups here. So even if like, let's say 1 or 2 of my lineups finish in these reward spots, maybe I pick up another 1,000 essence here today. That's great already. That's great straight away. 1,000 essence into the bank. Imagine we hit a first place and just hit that icon card. That'd be beautiful, wouldn't it? How many Prem teams do you think you need to streak well? It depends ultimately on what your expectations are. This will kind of, I really should make a video on this thought process, because I think your question, Michael, is one of the most common questions that we get. Do you want to play for the top streaks, or do you just like playing streaks and you're content with like being around the lower and mid streaks, or do you want to go for the mid and upper streaks? Because if you just want to have some teams to kind of rinse through streaks 1, 2, and 3 as many times as you can before the season's out, I think you can go and get teams like Ipswich, Hull, and Coventry. I would be picking those 3 up, because although they're going to be the whipping boys most of the time all season, those early points tallies are so low that you don't need much. If you're efficient with your cards, right? Let's take the SPFL as a prime example again here. Who's the worst team in the SPFL this season? Maybe it's Dundee United. I don't know, right? But if you get those cards, and let me just put a Dundee United team in. Let's say the lineups are out. These are the 5 that start. Right, so boom, we've got our guys. The lineups are out. We've got our 5 starters. Now, when we look at why can't I look at the bonuses and stuff? When we look at his bonuses already, he's already on 8% for me. Now I can get 1% on all 5 of these straight away by putting 200 XP on them. So that's another 5%. So we've got 5% in season. I've got 5%. I will have 5% collection score, and then maybe 2 or 3% immediately XP. I'm already on 13% on these. So even if they have a bad time, with the captain having a big bonus at 58% now, and he'll be up at like 63%, to hit 320 points shouldn't be unreasonable, especially if you've got a few teams out, right? On top of that, if instead of having your 5 in seasons, you've got a classic as your other player. So obviously we want to try and clear the set as quick as possible. So we're going to put Raskin in, and then we're going to captain him. So now all of a sudden we've got Raskin in. He's giving us 15% boost on our rewards, and he's a better player. Now, if you can't afford to buy the rare versions of these classic smashers, you can go and buy a limited version of a classic smasher, and like all of a sudden, boom, you live in a dream. So how many teams do I think you'd need if you're looking to kind of rinse through the 1, 2, 3s? I think you'd probably be looking at 4 or 5 teams of that lower echelon, maybe 1 or 2 middle teams to try and take advantage of those. If you're looking to hit the mid or upper streaks, I would probably expect that you would want 3 or 4 good teams, and then probably still 2 or 3 lower tier teams. because as our strategies have developed over this last few days and everybody is having the same strategy. C. Winter, thank you very much for the prime, by the way. I think a lot of people's strategy is to have a couple of beast teams and then a handful of like mid and lower teams. Then you use those mid and lower teams in the lower streaks whilst you put your beast teams in the leaderboard. And then when you get to the mid and upper streaks, you bring your big teams in to kind of take over and hit those bigger points tallies, and then use your lower teams in the leaderboards just in case you hit something, right? So it's all pretty cool. Weirdly, Dundee is one of the only teams you can't get 5 collection score until special editions. I think you can. I just think you have to wait 30 days. Because we'd get 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180, 210. That would take us to 730. Sorry, to 630, I beg your pardon. And then once you've had the 90 days and you get the 10 extra points on each of all of these, sorry, the 30 days, and you get the 10 extra points on all of these, that will take you over to 5%. Yo, what's up, Union Jack boy? You reckon Calafiori is number 1 left back for Arsenal this year, or will Nkapie start over him? I don't think there'll be a number 1. So yeah, in terms of how many Prem teams you need to streak well, if you want to hit those kind of like, yeah, I think that's quite good, Michael, to be fair, like 3 or 4 top teams and 2 lower teams. I would probably, depending on what top teams you were going for and how much they cost versus like other teams, I might even go for like 2 top teams, 2 or 3 mid teams, and then 2 or 3 lower teams. Because if you can get like 10 teams out of the league, you're giving yourself a great chance of always having more than 5 matchups. Like you'd find it really difficult to have a game week where you haven't got 6 or 7 or 8 like matches available. Because if you had 10 teams, only the week where they all play each other, and that week might not even exist, where every single one of your teams plays every single other one of your teams. You open yourself up to a lot of opportunities to have multiple games for the streaks, multiple games for, multiple opportunities for leaderboards, for the arena. Like, there's just so much value right now. So that's what I would go for, something like that. I'm just hoping now that a budget of €1,600 is enough for the Prem to do that. It will be if you're not looking to buy one of everything like I'm doing here. If you're looking to get like 5 or 7 Arsenal players, 5 or 7 City players, 5 or 7, I don't know, Chelsea players, and then 5 or 7 from like Everton, Newcastle, and Villa, yeah, you probably got enough for that. You probably don't have enough for like fleshing out those collections for the XP and stuff. Everton mentioned. What's up, Andy? How you doing, pal? Are you better off having 5 players at the same club or spreading the players amongst a few clubs? So the difficulty is if you just if you buy 5 players and one of your players doesn't start, what do? Now you haven't got a lineup. So yeah, I don't know. Like I think for anybody, any competition or anything, I think depth is your friend. You know, even if you want just one team, even if you want to just go for like Benfica or something, I think it will be important to have at least 10 or 12 of the expected starters and rotation players, because when that one game comes up where you're like, holy crap, they've rotated heavily, you're good. And you're not then going to the auction house on the instant buy market, overpaying like crazy for this card that you're going to use for one game week and won't be able to sell afterwards. Is there still arena to use old cards instead of spending new money? Yep. Surprised how laid back I've been so far, avoiding the FOMO. I can't see how ROI on current prices is doable. SPFL, for example, hard to hit the 460 top streak, and it would take a lot of streak 5s. I don't think it would take a lot of streak 5s. I have almost the entire of the SPFL. I don't have Celtic and Rangers, but I have almost the entire of the SPFL. you could get the entire of it for £1,000. You just can, right? But here's where I think people are like, again, here's where I think people are massively, massively, massively underestimating the value of anytime entry and the streak tallies, right? By the way, Sorare. I know, like, you built this for mobile or whatever. Can we, like, it's unnecessary for me to have to scroll here. Just compact them a little bit so I can see it all at once. Even if we take the non-boosted scores, because I think that's far more fair to not look at the boosted scores as normal, because they're not. They're going to be there for 4 game weeks only. They're not going to be there for the rest of the season. So let's take this 500 here. Let's say you spend £1,000. Now, if you spend £1,000 in the SPFL, I am very confident you can get everything, right? Maybe you don't need to buy a lot of the £1, £2 players that I've been buying because you don't need them, you won't use them, you don't want the collection score, you've already hit your 5%, whatever, right? But I think £1,000 is enough for you to buy everything. If I said to you, you have every player in the league for the entirety of the season, the whole season, the whole campaign, do you think you would reasonably hit that top streak even once? And I think the answer is yes. Because of how favorable anytime entry is, I think the answer is yes. And you could be that guy that hits the 410, then just waits. Oh no, Celtic are playing Rangers the next week. I'm not even going to bother playing. So go and put all your cards in leaderboard instead. Take advantage of that instead. Try and get some essence or some cash from leaderboard. Don't even play the streak, because then the week after, Celtic have got Dundee, United, and Rangers have got St Johnstone, and now you've got an opportunity to absolutely smash the 440. Perfect, right? Then the next week, you're like, oh, it's Celtic against Hearts, and Rangers have got Motherwell. I don't fancy that. I'm going to wait again until Celtic and Rangers have got really good matchups. Go and put your Celtic and Rangers cards in streaks. In the meantime and in between time, again, like, so I would say that you could reasonably expect to hit the top streak once if you had every card. So if you spend £1,000 to get every card, which I think is fair, you're now picking up $560 on that one time that you hit up to here. That's not including all the times you pick up a little bits here and there and there and here, right? That's already like a large portion of it back. On top of that, when you're on these final 2 steps, you go and buy yourself an in-season rare that you're captaining. So once you put your Celtic team in, you're like, oh, Kieran Tierney starting. Go and buy his rare in season, captain him. That's a 40% uptick on rewards, right? Same as here. Let's say you buy, okay, you've got Rangers. You go and buy Shankland. You captain him. He bags a hat-trick, 100 points. You hit the streak. That's a 40% uptick on your rewards. That's an extra $200. Then you can sell Shankland again afterwards. Now you've put a huge buffer on your rewards. So that's just from this area, right? I do think, and listen, proof will be in a pudding. I do think it's possible. The other thing to consider, if you bought one of everything from a league, for example, is that you will get all of these rewards, which comes in at 46,000 essence. I think it's 4 stars, 1 icon, 6 key players, and a load of clues. That straight away is going to bring you a really decent chunk of your investment back. Maybe what, $100, $150, $200? Who knows? What depends what star you get and what icon you get. But maybe a couple $100 comes back from completing all of the missions and crafting and spinning the crafts, right? Now all of a sudden your cost of entry has reduced significantly. Then on top of that, because you have so much of everything, you are able to play in-season arena every single week with 4 lineups, because the cards that you're not anticipating to play in streaks, you can put into the in-season leaderboard, which has prize pools. you know, maybe you're not winning the cash because it's going to be hard to get that top 5. But hey, guess what? For you, because you got one of everything, you got 5% collection score, you got 5% in-season bonus, you picked up loads of XP that you can put on these cards anyway. But, you know, you would expect to reasonably hit some rewards here, some extra essence here, which again then comes off, without you even needing to win on streaks, comes off the principle of your investment. And then you've got so many cards because you've got everything. You can play the leaderboard in Arena Classic, which has you again an opportunity. I don't want this one. Oh, it only has the. Do they not have? No. Okay, so you can play. You can play the 10-man cap 260 here. Okay, this will cost you some essence to be going in, 300 essence to go in. But if you win, if you finish top 3. And again, this is league specific. So you'll have all of the starters, you'll have all favorites. And in a cap 260, think of the permutations that you can put together that other people won't be able to. You're going to be able to win yourself either some XP to help yourself on the streaks or some more essence to be able to craft more cards. And this, of course, will be All-Star Essence, which will give you the opportunity to craft non-Scottish Premier League cards. And so there's another way of winning again. And then you can go to Contender. Ready. Where is Contender? Does Contender not have a classic this year? Well, you can go to All-Star anyway. And then you can go and put your lineups in All-Star as well, which will give you another opportunity to win Essence. Top 10,000. By the way, guys, there's only 3,000 people in All-Star right now. Top 10,000 get 100 Essence. Top 5,250 Essence. No Contender on Classic. Fair enough. So you've got another opportunity of banking essence off of these players that you've got. That's one league. And you have got so many possibilities, so many opportunities of yielding that to just look at the streak as, oh, if I don't hit the top streak twice, I've not done anything. I just think that's a terrible way to look at it. Not a terrible way to look at it. I don't think it's the right way to look at it. I think there is so much value to be had out of the game by going deep in a league right now. For me personally. Anyway, what was the question? Yeah, it was from Thinker, and he said SPL, for example, hard to hit the 460 for top streak and would take a lot of streak 5s. As I say, let me get that sheet up again that 69TW gave me. This is everything I bought so far. So I haven't bought any Rangers or Celtic players. I've nearly finished the league and I've spent £700. Now, it's probably going to cost me maybe £400 or £500 to complete Celtic and Rangers. So it's going to probably cost me about £1,200 to complete the entire league. Of all the things that I just explained, I think even just getting the rewards back, the stars, the icons, the keys, the essence, I reckon that already pays back £200 or £300, right? And then I've got the rest of the season, the whole season, to make back the rest of it. I think if I'm good at SO5 and if I'm smart with how I build my lineups, that I don't see any reason why I can't beat the game to bring that in. Other than the fact that I'm like falling asleep at kickoff or something. Do you think the UI in the current state you'll be able to properly manage what games are playing, etc.? No, I think I'm going to have to build. I think I'm going to have to use Sofa Score. I would use FOTMob, but I don't really like them as much. I think I'm going to have to use Sofa Score to basically like favorite every single league that I've got and make it ping me when a lineup is out. So I can be like, oh crap, I've got 1 hour to sort out the Dynamo Zagreb lineup, you know, like, or the Croatian League 3 p.m. kickoffs. Oh crap, it's like, you know, 1:45. Sofa Scores just pinged me that Bundesliga lineups are out. Let me go and deal with my Bundesliga lineup. I'm going to have to heavily rely on like other sources. If I craft, do I already get new in-season cards? No, not right now. As a Scotsman, I'm thinking do all cards from SPFL. This is like you're doing. My knowledge of the league, I hope I can do really well. Listen, I'm you know, I don't want to give financial advice. Don't want to tell people how to spend the money or what to spend the money on. I think it's a really good strategy, and you don't even have to do it like as deep as I've done it, unless you want the rewards, unless you want to claim all of the collection missions, which I think has really good value, like really good value for doing things like this. But unless you want to claim all the collection missions, you can do it significantly cheaper than me, because all you really need is the starting and backup goalkeeper, then basically like the 11 expected starters at all times. Because obviously when you're playing a 5-man team and the lineups come out, you would reasonably expect to be able to guess. If like, let's say for Arsenal, I'd buy Raya and Kepa, right? Then in the back line, I would get Urian Timber, Gabriel, Saliba, and let's say Calafiori. It's expected that not always all 4 of those will start, but it's expected that always one of those 4 would start. Boom, there you go. You've got yourself your defender, because it's anytime entry. You can put it in anytime. In the midfield, you go and get your Ødegaard, Rice, and Bruno Guimaraes. In the attack, you go and get yourself Gyökeres and Kai Havertz if you want to have that backup, Saka, and then Vinicius Jr. And then there you go. Like, you're in a spot now where it's like you don't need to go and buy the rest of the stuff. You can save yourself that output. Rangers alone had 6 games where a set of 5 from the same team would have hit 460 plus last season. Is that right? There you go. But then obviously it's about being at that last streak during that time. It seems that if you finish the pro ladder for a league, then the league's ladder gets locked. Do you know if this is correct? Wait, are you saying that if you get this top prize, you can't play it anymore? That is definitely not correct. I don't know who's told you that, but that is absolutely not correct. Could you explain this so rare for a dum-dum like myself? It is fantasy football on steroids, the Unbearables. Imagine FPL, but instead of FPL giving you a £50 million budget where you have to go in and decide who you want or whatever, and then enter into a leaderboard where you win nothing, So Rare is you are your budget, however much you can actually afford to spend on the game. You buy the cards for real, and then if you perform well in the fantasy football space, you earn rewards, which are real. Is this a spreadsheet that works out what you spent? No, I think he got it from the API. I think he just scraped the API for it. Do you play fantasy premier? Like, I build a team, and I've built a team this year as well. I'll show you my team. You want to see how cool my team is? I'll show you my epic fucking team. So I've got Donnarumma, Guehi, Lacroix, Van Dijk, Bruno Fernandes, Bukayo Saka, Anderson, Rice, João Pedro, Gyökeres, and Thiago, with Palmer, Van Hecke, Masuaku, and Hughes on the bench. Ain't nobody telling me that I'm not about to win FPL. Yeah, Hearts, Celtic, and Rangers had 15 plus variations of stacks that would have hit 460 and 26, which also then means if you have like split stacks, you might even give yourself a bigger chance. Do you know what I mean? If you take, like, you know, because Celtic, I think, had the better defenders, didn't they? Hearts had a couple. Or who was it that had the... there was a couple of, like, really good midfielders. Was it from Motherwell? There was, like, Devlin. Was it Hearts? Milne? Yeah, there was, like, a couple of teams that had really, really high-performing midfielders. And then, yeah, you put in, like, a couple of Rangers players that you expect to pop off. Yeah, Elliot Watt was one of them. Yeah, I bought Elliot Watt because of it. What? Wow, he's gone to Samsonspor. Yeah, there we go. I bought him 8 months ago because his scores were just popping off. Like, in this vein of form here now, you probably don't use him in these two games against Rangers and Celtic, and you obviously wouldn't use him here. He'd hit 56 here, but this is the perfect sort of game where having him in your team, you're like, bang, he's just whopped 100 points for me. What game week was that? 37. I want to go back and look at game week 37 because I want to see what other... man, it's just so many clicks to do simple things. I want to see what other teams did stuff. I don't even know how to get back to look at game week 37. This is only going to be my friends during game week 37 rather than the actual... Yeah, Just was doing good as well, wasn't he? They both left now. It's quite funny, isn't it? Mate, how do I see, like, the SPFL... there was one where I went into it. Is it in rewards? No. There was one where I went into it and I could go backwards on the game weeks and scroll back as far as I wanted. How did we get to that before? We got it on leaderboards, didn't we? But obviously this isn't SPFL now. It was what, Contender then? We don't have Contender Classic anymore. Yeah, never mind. Heartsby Rangers 2-1, Selby Aberdeen 3-1. Last season in-season results are no longer in the game week history for some reason. Yeah, that's quite annoying, isn't it? But yeah, there's like, you know, again, if you have, I will say again, if you have one of everything from a league, your output is going to be huge. Now, what I'm doing of getting one of everything from every league is going to be really interesting because when it comes to Arena in season, I will have in season, obviously we're not looking at MLS or K-League, I will have in season under 23. I will have in season SPFL. I will have All-Star that I can put in season in. Is this classic though? This is classic. Let's go to in season. I will have in season Contender. 4 teams comfortable. In season SPFL, 4 teams comfortable. In season, yes, yes, and yes. And when all the other ones come up, I'll have all of those in season teams, 4 teams of them. So that's going to be a lot of good usage for the players that I've got. Right. Then when we do go to Classic, we'll be able to do Classic arenas, league specific at cap 260, which is huge. Because when fitting into the cap, I will have the pick of the bunch. And I will be able to do that then for all of those things in Classic and putting in quality all-star lineups and putting in quality Classic under 23 lineups and then playing the pro side of things as well. And then, as somebody said earlier today, I don't know if it's going to be league specific for the daily challenges, but if it is, I've got everyone. I've got everyone. Oh, I'm excited. I'm ready for Friday, guys. Friday at 8 p.m. I don't know if I'll be able to stream or not. I'd like to hope that I can stream. We'll just have to see what's going on with the wife and kids. But if I can stream and watch that first game unfold, wouldn't that be great? Can you use the same cards in season, arena, and streaks at the same time? No, you can't, but I'll have so many that it won't matter. How many lineups do you reckon you end up doing in total per game week? Well, it's going to be 9 leagues. Probably like, maybe like 100, 150, maybe. It'll be a lot. Nep, you can go lineups, arena. That's where I saw it. Yes, here. That is where I saw it. And you can scroll all the way back. What game week was it? 37. But this is my lineups though, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, surprise, surprise. Arsenal won me nothing. Oh, a little bit of essence. Ooh, go me. Mate, Bukayo Saka against Everton. Just a decisive from him. That would have been a nice little 600 quid in the bank plus bonuses. God damn it, maybe even 31. You can press on the 27th. I can press on the 27th. Barcelona had 18 plus 460 variants last season on your lineup. Which lineup? Lineup finished. Like that. Seems very possible to hit these streaks. Yeah, it will take some planning and some good work. Let's go down to the mate, Zolis not playing there. What a pain. What a pain. As captain as well. Hear it. Yeah, there is a leaderboard. Yeah, that was a leaderboard for something else though, wasn't it? Harshness. Is this where Rangers and Celtic were? Or the Scottish League? Challenger. There you go. Oh, look at that. Kieran Tierney with 96. So this game, who would you reasonably put in? Nigren, yes. Trusty, yes. Tierney, probably. He was one of the better players. Kenny, probably no. Maeda, maybe. Tierney, McGregor. Yeah, the thing is, though, it's easy to say, oh, let's just play Tierney, McGregor, Trusty, and Nigren because they're the top scorers. The thought process has to be, would you reasonably play those players? I don't think you would reasonably play McGregor because I don't think he was scoring as well last season as he was the season before. So I don't think when you're in a top streak, no, he definitely wouldn't be the guy you'd go for. When you're in a top streak, he wouldn't be one of those guys that you would have been putting in. Trusty, I think, would, because he was always hitting big scores. Tierney was doing very well. Nigren was doing very well. Most of the bids. Yeah, maybe Engels as well. Then what we got, like 100, 170, 230. That's like 300 and something before bonuses and goalkeeper. I don't know if that's enough, to be fair. And then what about the Rangers game? Why does it put me... See, I used to do this with my arenas, man. I just used to throw in any trash. Right? Arsenal lineup would have come out. Trossard and Jokeres were starting. And then I was like, right, I just need players that fit now. And it was just garbage players. Won't be doing that anymore. Look at that. Relegated. Classic under 23. Savage. Where's the... Here it is. What have I got? Oh, this is All-Star. Did I go past contender already? You had Raskin in a rare. Got beat 2-1 by Hearts that game week. Rio Hatate didn't even play. Oh, here we go. Was in Challenger. Look there. Look at that. That is a banging lineup. See. This is why I don't like leaderboards. This is why I like streaks coming now. So, if this lineup, if I was able to play this now with any time entry, I would have still picked Costa. I would have still picked Watt. I would have still picked Kivior. I would have still picked Yilmaz. I would have probably picked a different Galatasaray player here. Look how many points I got. 482. This, with the worst captain choice, already beat the 460 points. Now, I know it's not the SPFL, but who was a Galatasaray player, like Sané or something? So I probably would have picked Leroy Sané, right? So that would have been maybe an extra 16 points. That would have put me up to, like, with bonuses and stuff, around 500. I am nowhere near first place with this lineup, even though I've got outrageous... even though I've got outrageous score, I'm nowhere near first place. But in streaks, that smashes it. What is Sorare about, sir? It is fantasy football. See how many 460 pluses you had that week. Let's have a look, actually. And this is obviously without any time entry, right? And we'll ignore rares. So limiteds. How many 460 pluses? One there in La Liga. Oh, I think La Liga is going to be a piece of piss, by the way. None in. See, this is where it's difficult. Look, 317 points with 2 DNPs. If I knew who was starting, I would have picked who was starting and I would have had a great time. I'm counting that one. 317 points with 2 DMPs counts. Is it free or is it like tournaments with cash prizes? Both, Toramusi. You've got a free-to-play side of things and then a paid entry side of things. Did we get any 460s here? Nowhere near it. Like, Pro League was really tough to score well in. Not too bad there, not quite there. A little bit shy there as well. 482 there. Oh, that was that score. That one there, 482. Oh, 439 there. That's quite close. Timo Horn letting us down a little bit. Was there a 474 there as well? Oh, yeah, look at that. 474 there also, yeah. Damn, that's a banging lineup, isn't it? Otamendi, Talisca, Kivior, Trubin, and then Leroy Sané. 465 here. Oh, wait, that's classic. Never mind, a 7-man entry points. And then these are all 7-mans. Let's go. Let's just have a little look at like game week 39 and see how that differentiated. This is like middle of December where a lot of the teams aren't playing and stuff anyway. 503 there. And again, look at that, man. Like, yeah, okay, winning $50 is nice, but I got 503 points and I didn't even finish first. 19th with that. And this isn't even like, this isn't a stack, right? This is a good split stack. This is 2 Arsenal, 1 Liverpool, 1 Everton, and 1 City. Like, that's a banging lineup. 503 points there. Do you put your real life money in? Sure do. Sure do. Those scores, see, this here, guys, is a testament to my XP and collection like abilities. Constantly upgrading, like 104 bonus points in that lineup. Everybody would have been on 5% in season, 5% collection score, and like 4, 5, 6% bonuses. Like Florian Wirtz, yeah, 13%, so he only had 3% XP. Or maybe it was actually the collection score that was lower. But those base scores doesn't like, what I would say, I suppose, is don't those base scores make you think, oh shit, 460 points might not be that difficult. I've only got 100 in there as captain, which is banging. A 54, a 63, and then 2 in the 80s. There's a lot of room for growth there. And I've smashed the 460 by 43 points. Would have paid 2k now. Only if you're on the last streak, though, right? Like, if this is on the 3rd streak and I've got this, doesn't help very much at all. A 394 there with a DMP goalkeeper that would never have been a DMP had I had any time entry. That would have very possibly... Well, let's see. What did the Celtic goalkeeper get? 37 plus some bonuses. No, I would have fell short there on the 460 on that one. 437 there. Trubin letting me down. That's like the 7-man teams again. Suppose that's how they want us to think. Just look at set where you get access to basically every card. Anytime entry, and the majority still don't hit 460. I think just because people were like bad at the game, basically. Let's go back to let's go back to game week 33. Let's have a look at this one. $451 there. Quite close. Bruno Fernandes. Nothing doing on those. 410, a couple of 410s there. La Liga stinking out. Rafinha with the 0. Again, another DMP. Look at that again. 400 with a DMP Grimaldo. Again, I just would never have... Obviously, I would have had somebody in on the anytime entry right there. And that would have been it. Smashed. Well, you would like to think like anybody with like even a reasonable score. Any other Bayern defender would have gone in there, would have probably hit me the points. In set, people got fucked because they weren't patient enough. Yeah, exactly that, Don. Exactly that. People... Yo, what's up, man? Hex 32. Yeah, people would just like stack a full team. They'd be on like the third. There'd be like one life left, and then if they succeed, they get to the £100 opportunity, and they'd be like, "Oh, what's this? Cape Verde against Senegal? Let's stack it, baby. Let's stack that Cape Verde." There was 476 in La Liga. I think that was rare though. Yeah, it's rare. We're looking at limited only. 395 there. That's not bad. Like what I'm look, there you go. There's a 462 there, and again, no 100-pointer, no clean sheet on the goalkeeper, just good performances. What I was going to get to, right? What literally I was about to say is I saw another 460 there, and a 462 there again with Urenki getting only 41 points. Right? There are more than enough lineups that are hitting 360 plus consistently, 400 plus consistently, and some with DMPs in. That getting up the streaks, I'm not going to say it's going to be easy. I just think it's going to be possible. Like, look at that, a 370 there. That's not even a great score. A 436 there. So if I've got these 4 lineups or the equivalent for whatever division I'm playing in, boom, one of them's like absolutely cracked off. And so then when we look at where we're at in this moment, the 360, the 380, the 410, and the initial 320, like, we're smashing that every week. Every week, every week, every week. The 440, we're hitting a lot. The 460, we're getting at least one a week, but not in every division, right? But again, when it comes down to, let's take the SPFL as the prime example, do I reasonably think that I would hit that top streak even once during the course of the whole season? Absolutely. I used to watch you at Draft of Glory time. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. It just depends if you are willing and actively do it over the year. Yeah, 100%. The time is going to be the problem. The classic rares give a boost at all? Yeah, 5% bonus on the classic rare, or 15% if you make him your captain. So, and again, here's the big strategy. Man, like I love theory crafting with this, right? Let's say we get to a point where we can get this $1,500, not the 500. Let's say we've got to the point where we've got the 300. We've got the all the way up. It's the 4th game week. This is our last chance of this $1,500. And in game week 4, who have we got? See, the 4th game week, here's the thing. Is that the literal 4th game week? So that's actually only 2 weekends and 2 midweeks? Or is that fixture number 4? Or is that the 4th literal week, right? Because if we look at round 4, Celtic against Falkirk is a great opportunity for me to sit here and say, damn, I've got this shot at the $1,500. I'm going to go and put my rare Kieran Tierney Classic in, which will give me a 5% boost in my rewards. And I'm going to go and buy a rare, I don't know, who's Celtic's best player that's likely to stay, whoever they are. Johnston, right? I'm going to go and buy a rare Johnston in season and captain him. Now I'm putting 45% bonus on the reward if I hit the score, at which point we're getting like an extra $700 on top. Then I go and sell the rare in-season Johnston off again because I don't need him anymore. We're back down to streak 1 and we're cooking. We've just picked up $2,200 and the whole league cost me £1,000. I don't need to do it all on all. Here's the crazy thing. DAC in, man, I swear to God, man, Sorare should be paying me 10 times more than they are because my salesmanship for this platform is outrageous. Here's the thing. You don't even need to do it on every league. You right, babe? No, not really. The boy's all right? What was Ryan crying about earlier? He was like proper crying. Did he hurt himself? No? I don't know, maybe like an hour ago I could hear him like crying. No? Yeah, they chilling?
Well, Archie's upstairs with the little boys. One is still tucking into pesto pasta.
Oh, okay.
But the little boys are being very secretive.
Oh, are they?
I've had a word with him about this.
Okay.
And the girls are in the pool. They've all had lunch. Clemy's staying for dinner.
Okay. When are the boys going?
So only about an
Oh,
hour. So.
yeah. Getting there now, aren't you?
Yeah.
Good job. Yeah, you don't have to do this for every league. Like, even if we took the $500 thing, right, and you employed that same strategy of buying the rare in season and using a rare classic and got the 45% total bonus on the $500, that's an extra like $250, extra $220. All of a sudden you've picked up $720, $750 or so, and you only spent £1,000 or £1,200 for the whole set. Like, if you're able to take advantage of the 3x rewards at the top, let's have a look at like the Liga NOS, for example. Let's say what have I spent on the Liga NOS so far? I'm not quite fully there with it yet. We're 600 in so far. I've got most of all of these teams, and it's just the 3 big ones to go. So what are we realistically looking at again? Maybe another £600 or £700. So it's going to cost like £1,300 to get the Liga NOS all done and dusted. Even if it goes up to £1,500, if I employ that same logic, let's say for the sake of argument, we get to this streak where we need 460 points, and I go and buy an in-season rare, and I've got loads of classic rares, and we can get a 45% bonus on our 3K. That's another like $1,400. Now all of a sudden we've made 4,500 here, which not only covers off how much I spent on Liga NOS, also covers the Croatian League, the SPFL, and the Austrian Bundesliga. Boom. That's it. Like, I only have to hit one of these streaks at the top once or twice, and we're good. This time next year. Yeah, this time next year I'm going to be like, guys, I didn't even make it to the 3rd streak ever on any of them. Not even once. The only thing stopping you is lineup management. I can see you struggling once the season fully kicks off on Saturdays and Sundays. It's going to be a lot of work. It is. Yeah, it is. You could just do it at the Croatian League first and then get into the other minor leagues if you are low on budget. Yeah, you could. You absolutely could. You could focus on one league, minor league at a time, and then try and utilize the same tactics and skill sets to return on your investment and then give yourself more budget to invest in. Do you know what's really funny though? And I think this is where Sorare are genius, right? For me, if I manage to win lots of money here, I'm saving for next year on Sorare. So even if I win, my plan is to give it back, right? If somebody spent, let's say 150, 200 quid, and then they won 150 quid from streaks, the odds are that they're not withdrawing that money. The odds are that they're using that money to further advance their gallery because they don't want to do this just on one league. They want to do it on 2 leagues now. And so even if Sorare start giving out these top streaks hand over fist, it's all just getting pumped back into the system, isn't it? It just is. People are like, oh, I just won $3,000. Let me go and get a rare La Liga stack. There you go. Like, very few people will be like, oh, I just won $3,000. Let me withdraw that because I'm content. People, that's not what we're here for. It's not what we're here for. If there's a Sorare representative in the stream right now, you better be. I'm Vinicius Junioring you, right? If you don't respect me, if you don't accept my contract obligations for the Sorare 26-27 season, oh, it's over, baby. I'm going to Ultimate Champions. The way I see it is people spend £90 on a video game for a year, so I'm happy putting £100 a season on this. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. First full game week, may as well stream 48 hours. I don't have thoughts on Welbeck to Chelsea. If that's a good signing, I think it's good. Yeah, I think Welbeck's still an outstanding striker in the Premier League. He's exactly the sort of player Chelsea need, right? Somebody who's just going to be there to put the ball in the back of the net. He'll win you games. You'll be in a tough game that you're 1-1 in or 2-2 in with like 10 minutes left. Danny Welbeck will be there. He'll score the goal, and you'll get 3 points off the back of it. He is an absolutely solid striker. Lol, yeah, won 1K in the World Cup, and that is now my budget for this season. See what I mean? Sorare just stay winning, man. Imagine Sorare like, oh, the prize pool for this year is like 20 million, right? And then people spent 25 million buying cards to win that 20 million. And of that 20 million, people spent another 15 of it back in buying even more cards. Now Sorare sitting there like, damn, it only cost us 5 million in prizes and we made like 40 million. Now next year's prize pool is going to be like 30 million and a rinse and repeat. England could have done it with him this summer. Great option. I'd like, mate, what's his name would not take Harry Kane off for love nor money. Danny Welbeck would have been useless for England. So do you think with a lower budget, 400 to 500, it would be more beneficial to go for SPFL rinse streaks rather than PL? Yeah, if I had a lower budget, I would probably say that if I had £1,000 or less as a budget, my port of call would be either Contender, SPFL, J League. If you're interested in that, I wouldn't go for it, but possibly. And then I think the English Championship is going to be a great option. I know that it's a tough league and it's low scoring or whatever, but you're going to have so many games and so many options all the time. I'd go for a league with money on second. Yeah, I get the idea behind going for the league with money on second. Like obviously with Liga NOS, you get that essence straight away, and then straight into the money. But by the time we get to the fourth stage here, you're looking at $66 and 1,000 essence. In the SPFL on the fourth stage, I suppose it's only $24 and 3,000 essence. Yeah, it's a huge uptick. But off the back of that, the cards are more expensive to obtain. I'm starting with a set of lower clubs in the Eredivisie. Wait for Ajax to chill down in price a little. Yeah, I'm kind of doing that with all of the leagues, really. I've done Austrian Bundesliga and Croatian League in full. I haven't got any Celtic or Rangers players. I haven't got any Sporting Benfica or Porto players. And I'm just kind of waiting for them, man. Waiting. Would you consider this strategy but only buying from the secondary market? Yeah. So the reason why I'm buying from the primary market, first of all, it's a little bit easier to get your 5% collection bonus, which I think it will be important for the later stages. I don't think it's going to be overly important for the earlier streak tiers. But yeah, I think having that 5% collection score will eventually have good value. It will be harder for you to get it up to 5% on the secondary market, but it's really easy to get to the 3% mark with 250. If you get a couple of those DNP guys for £1.70, let's say you buy like even 3 or 4 of those, that's 120 points. Then if you go and buy the rest of the players that you anticipate actually using on the secondary market, you'll shave off a big portion of the price spent for sure. The thing that you'll miss out on is, number one, some wheel spins, which, based on the wheel this year and how poor it is, I don't know that that's hyper detrimental. I think there's value in the wheel, but not as good as last year. The other thing that you'll miss out on is we're just doing another set of 10 now. The other thing that you miss out on is the collection missions, which I think again have like significant value, but you kind of have to like be fully dedicated for the collection missions. Otherwise, there's just no point. Oh, there you go. Don't mind the 2 or 5 best. Just give me some market credits, man. That's. Do you know what I mean? Give me some market credits. Come on, give me a star. Yeah, you won't. I wonder if for low budget players you could do a £20 a league and just hit the first stage for 500 essence every single week, get like 4,000 guaranteed essence per week. So the reason why that's quite a bad strategy is for £20, you will get a maximum of like 13 players, and they will all be the DNP players. The goalkeepers are going to cover off a lot of that budget. Maybe you can go and buy a classic goalkeeper that's a lot cheaper. That would be absolutely fine. But for £20, I don't think you'd be able to consistently hit that first stage. Like at that point, if you're saying like every league, so you've got like what, £180 total budget, you're better off investing that whole £180 into one league and then running 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 just as many times as you can. And you know, I would anticipate, and again, looking at the scores that we had for our own scores in those game weeks where there wasn't any time entry and the streaks were different to where they are now, we were hitting some big scores with some like mid teams. And it's the sort of thing where if you had a £200 budget and you went into, let's say the SPFL, no, let's say the Liga NOS, because that does have, or let's say the Eredivisie, because that's got cash on second streak, right? If you could run 1, 2, 3 here, if you put in a couple £100 and you do Eredivisie lower teams, mid and lower teams, try and get as much value out of it as you can with the players, and you run 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 a few times. So obviously in these early weeks, you'll pick up $16. That'll drop down to $8 afterwards. But you still utilize maybe a classic rare or an in-season rare that you can buy in and out of to help you get there. I again would say, I think it's very viable that at least once or twice in the season, you will get to and hit this streak. And all of a sudden, like that extra $25 is a huge return on investment. And then when you look at, again, the ability to play arena, play in-season, play classic competitions outside of that to continue like yielding, I'm guys, I've talked myself into today being really, really, really fascinated with how much I think people are going to be able to extract away from Sorare. I think anytime entry, everything that I explained earlier, right? If you buy if you invest deeply now, obviously there's no guarantees. You could put the best lineup in the world in, and 1 minute in, one of your players can get a red card. 5 minutes later, a player could get injured. Then you can see the goal 10 minutes later, and you're fucked, right? Yep, of course, right? Of course. But if you have a whole league, what I explained earlier, being able to play streaks anytime entry and always giving yourself that opportunity there, being able to play arena in season, 4 lineups, and being able to give yourself a shot at rewards on the leaderboard, being able to play All-Star Classic and All-Star and under 23 at every opportunity, because you'll just have the players. So is this in season, this? Yeah, so, well, it's not a contender with the SPFL, but SPFL in season, if you chose, let's say you chose Eredivisie, so you have Eredivisie in season. And then when you go to the classic side of things, you'll have the under 23 classic, All-Star Classic, and Eredivisie Classic, which will be your Cap 260. And then if you've got any more left over, you can go into All-Star and play the Cap 2, like the Cap modes here as well. There is so much value to be extracted out of this season. So much value. Would you buy classics to play arenas, or only play if you already have the classics? So one of the things that I'm interested to do, and I don't know how this exactly works, but I'm interested to play a lot of my in-season limiteds in the arena, like the OG arena, because it boosts their XP. So if I'm able to like go into here, dump 800 essence to build a team, win even more essence, and bank some XP onto my players, because I think they still gain XP even though it's not usable, right? Like, why wouldn't I want to do that? It's exactly what I've done today for the lineups for this game week. I don't actually care if I win anything. I've just put some of the players that are the best options in. Some of them might not even start, just so they get some XP. Even the bad teams can push 410 and 440, looking at last season. Yeah, that's what I mean. And again, man, it's so rare. We're just going to feel like daylight robbery. It's going to feel like daylight robbery. When you've got any time entry and you can guarantee your 5 starters and you've got 4 lives per run, I don't know if they know what they've let themselves in for. And I say this like with a bit of confidence based on set. Because there are so many of you guys that spent nothing or very little that were hitting that £101,000 consistently in set. Obviously, there were a lot of people that spent a lot of money. Like I spent £450 in set. I didn't even win the £100 because I was a shit manager. I was rushing. I was stacking. I was like, yeah, whatever. I'll just put in whatever the hell I want because who cares? I just want to enjoy watching the game. And I think there's a lot of people that behave like that, behave like I behave. But there's a lot of really, really shroud people that will be able to take advantage of this here. And so on the clock thing. So, but what is the clock on lives? So this first game week, Canberra against Excelsior. Excelsior, you put in your Excelsior stack, you hit the points total, you hit your 320 points, you claim the reward. Right? Now, for the rest of this week and next week, you get all of that time of that game weeks to attempt here. You only get 4 lives, but you get all of that time. If you hit this streak on this day, you've now still got the rest of this game week and all of next game week to attempt this one, but with only 4 lives. Let's say you use a life and you miss, and you're like, I'm going to save my other 3 lives for next week. If that next week of those 3 lives that you've got remaining, you hit this streak and move to this streak, you get until the end of the next game week to attempt these 4 lives. Like, even though you won't get as much leeway as you did in the World Cup with being able to just like wait on cards and use Messi 4 times in a row on that final streak and just know eventually you're going to hit a hit with him, there is more than enough leeway for you to utilize. Like you could, for example, who's like the best team left here? Yeah, Feyenoord. You could, for example, use Feyenoord. Let's use the sake of argument, right? Excelsior gives you the first streak. Boom. This next day, NEC against Telstar gives you that second streak. PSV gives you that third streak, right? So you've hit the $10 by the time PSV and Fortuna Sittard have played. You don't have any Ardou Den Haag or Azi Alkmaar players, so you don't play that one. On Sunday, you run Feyenoord in this third streak and you succeed, right? Oh no, sorry, in this fourth streak and you succeed. What was we doing? So this is first streak, second streak, third streak. Yeah. So now you're on the 4th streak, right? So we've cleared off 1, we've cleared off 2, we've cleared off 3. So now you're playing for $50. For example, you play your final Sparta Rotterdam as your first life and it loses. You can then play Feyenoord again the next week in one of those next 3 lives because it's a completely different game. I find that to be like massive. So long as you hit a streak in that weekend before your major team plays, you then have 2 bites of the cherry with your major teams, basically. That's what it comes down to. I agree on the anytime entry with you, but a lot of people will not resist temptation. Yeah, I agree with that. And maybe putting a bad team instead of waiting for the right matchup. I think Sorare relies on that. Yeah, you're absolutely true. Absolutely true. Patience is the key. Patience really is the key. So you can hit multiple streaks within the same game week, but your lives don't reset every game week. Well, you get 4 lives per streak. So you get 4 attempts of this one. If you succeed, let's say you lost your first 2 lives and then you hit it, you now get 4 lives on here. Let's say you lost 1 life, then hit it, you're back to 4 lives here. Let's say you lost all of these lives and you go back to streak 1, you're back to 4 lives again. I don't think that's right. It is definitely right. What's up, Dizzle? How you doing, man? I've got like one hair like sticking out. It's really annoying me. I don't want to like pluck it out because it might never grow back with my age. True, I think you've lost most money on Sorare. Maybe not the most, but certainly up there. Certainly up there. Are the new cards out now? I wasn't even paying attention. Yeah, the Jupiler Pro League cards are here, guys. The Jupiler Pro League cards are here. It has landed. I need to start spending some XP on my expected players. I'm sure that said if you enter a live and you miss, only that same game week to complete or reset. Yeah. If you don't clear a level prior, if you like, so if you enter this first, let's say you only have one team. Let's say you only have PSV. You enter your PSV team in here and it doesn't hit the score. Yeah, you have to restart. Let's say you only have PSV. You enter PSV and you hit this. So you succeed there. Boom. First level done. Then next week you attempt this one and you miss. You don't get to go again with PSV the next week per life because you haven't built up the grace week by clearing the first path, right? However, and so then you would reset in that example. However, if you used Excelsior to clear this first path, then used Nijmegen to clear the second path, then used PSV and failed the third path, because you have previously succeeded in that same game week, you get the grace week, which means you'll then be able to use PSV for a second time in this path the next week. But then if you fail, you're done. The grace week period is over. In 2024, 84 by 10 repeatable came on August 17th, and in 2025 we've got them August 15th. So I'm assuming the pattern will follow for it to be around that week. Yeah, probably. Up until they gave us that, though, didn't they used to give us like more? It was like 5 per day, then they bumped it to 7 per day, then 10 per day, if I remember correctly. Don't you get like 3 lives on each level then for streaks? 4 lives. You can see the hearts. Oh, can you see the hearts? No. So under my face cam there, the hearts are there that shows you how many lives you've got. I think if I go to content, oh yeah, look, here you go. You can see the lives here. So I've got 3 lives left, and this one's kind of like half green because I've got a team in there that hasn't played yet, hasn't like been confirmed yet. And on this one, I've got 3 lives left, but 1 life gone because I failed. I failed with these scores. Yeah, we did as well as having exchanges, which were good. Then exchanges were good. They were a bit different last year, though, weren't they? They were like the year before they were the best. Whereas exchange 1 card and get loads. Last year was exchange like 3 cards or 5 cards, wasn't it? But it was still good. If they just made provisions packs unlimited, I'd be happy, because then you could just do provisions packs into player picks or 84 by 2s over and over and over. We're playing NepentheZ today. No, probably not. Probably not. Hold on a second. 1 sec. I just got to send a quick message back. All right. How my collections going? They're going. They're going. When a new league drops, how many other cards does Sorare put onto the market? I think just one straight away, just the one-offs. There are Kelsey Up and USG cards, even though it's been confirmed at Ipswich. Yeah, I wouldn't be buying those, that's for sure. Unless you're thinking you can get a cheap version of Kelsey Up and then have a Premier League goalkeeper. The provisions run out in 24 days, which falls on the 21st of August, which I think will be the same week as the 84x10s have come out repeatedly. Yeah, that's probably good for timing then. Has it been confirmed if you hot step 1 and have used rare cards, you get rare essence, or is it only limited? To my knowledge, you get, whether you use limited or rare cards, you get the choice of limited or rare essence. So this first reward is 1,000 essence. I think it will offer you 1,000 limited essence or 200, maybe 250 rare essence as your reward. So it'll be your choice. Let's say I want to start off with a 100/200 euro. Is there a vid or something? The best way to go about it? No vid. Just like what I would suggest is to pick one of the kind of lesser leagues: SPFL, Contender, Eredivisie, League of Portugal, or the Pro League, the Belgian league, and focus on trying to pick up as many different players that are usual starters as possible from those leagues. And you know, for 200 euros. You're going to want to probably pick up like 4 or 5 goalkeepers if you can. You can get them classic if you need to because they're a lot cheaper. But yeah, 4 or 5 goalkeepers if you can. And then, you know, just a lot of outfielders that you can consistently use. And like the best, like here's why I'm doing the plan that I'm doing and the strategy that I'm doing, and why I would suggest this on anyone, even on a lower budget, is to focus on building out specific teams always, especially on a lower budget. It would be useless if, for example, you chose Eredivisie and you just went and bought a whole bunch of players and your goalkeeper is the Excelsior goalkeeper, but then you've got 2 midfielders from Feyenoord, then you've got a defender from Ajax, and then an attacker from FC Twente. Now, even though anytime entry exists, first of all, you're not going to be able to guarantee yourself starting players from these teams. They might not start because you have to enter, like as soon as your first player plays, the team is locked. But not only that, you're only getting 1 usage of playing the streak that game week. You want to try and take advantage of any time entry as much as you can. So if I currently had a 200 euro budget, my strategy would probably be, I'd probably go for like League of Portugal. And I'd probably go and pick up whoever the mid-range expected teams are, which would be what, maybe like Famalicão, maybe Vitória Guimarães. They're half decent, aren't they? They obviously don't have Braga, so it can't be those. What about Gil Vicente? I don't know if they're good. Like basically like the bottom 3 or the middle kind of 3 or 4 teams, I'll just go and try and build as much depth as I could out of those, because then I know I've got 4 stacks per week that I can run. I've got an opportunity of moving up 4 tiers per week, you know? Isn't Streak 1 a choice between Essence or XP? I'm not sure because I haven't like picked it up yet, but if anyone chooses XP over Essence, jeez. The best 5 from Guimarães cost about 90 and Famalicão around 150 euros. Yeah, it doesn't have to be the best 5 though. That's what I mean. Like you don't. It's not about having the best players. It's about having the players that can score you the points. I think you can take XP. Yeah, but my point was, who the hell's taking XP? Like, hey, would you like some Essence where you can get a card, or would you like some XP? Give me the card. I'm assuming you're getting the best version of the new FC 27. No, I'm not. I'll be getting just the regular Ultimate Edition. I take it those first 24 hours are the best time to buy those players. I don't know, man. It's hard to know. It's hard to know. Like, let's take a look at some of my more recent purchases that weren't the base prices. Ross Sinclair, for example. His in-season cards. So he started at £16. In that first few days, or that first 24 hours, went as low as £12. His lowest sell point was £5, and he's now selling for around £8. What did I buy him for? Where's my one? Why can I not see my own name on there? Maybe it's not updated. I bought him 1 hour ago. Maybe that's why. What do I pay for him? Yeah, £8. So I paid definitely more than what his lowest was, but probably around what his average has been. He's been in and around that £7 to £8. It's really hard to know when to buy. It's hard to know when the floor is. And the thing is when a player gets to the floor and people are thinking, oh, nice, he was 50 quid 3 days ago, he's down to 40 quid now, time to strike. If even 3 or 4 people have that same mentality, it just gets pushed back up to 50 quid again. You think having some starters, not bangers, from those teams can give you good results? Yes, I do, yeah. I think for low budget managers, I think there is a great amount of value in having rotation players from mid-table tems, and because of any time entry and the fact that you know who starts, I think you can run. I'm just going to call it 1, 2, 3, and you'll know what I mean every time I say it. I think you can run 1, 2, 3, which is first streak, second streak, third streak, consistently, and then over the course of the whole season, having an opportunity here or there at 4th and 5th streaks. Do I think you'll ever realistically make it up to 5th and hit it, or 6th and hit it? No. Do I think you can make it up to the 4th streak and hit it? Probably a couple of times. Do I think you can run 1, 2, 3 consistently? Absolutely. Yeah, and Sorare at Club Bruges is going to be wild. Wait, where's who was their goalkeeper last season? He was injured the whole season, mind you. But where's he going? Because I thought he was a good goalkeeper as well, wasn't he? So if I have Hearts and Rangers for streaks, I clear streak 1 with Hearts, then use Rangers on streak 2 and fail. Can I use a different team the week after to clear stage 2? You can use whoever you want, yeah. Literally whoever you want. You can use Hearts again if you want. You can use Rangers again if you want. So long as you clear that first streak. Oh, Mignolet retired, did he? So long as you clear that first streak in that first week, if you use, yeah, so like in your example, let's go to the SPFL again. If you use Hearts to clear this first streak, or Rangers, let's say, because they're the first players. Let's say you use Rangers to clear this first streak, then you use your Hearts team on this streak, but you fail. You can wait until the following week, which is this Saturday the 8th. You can then use your Hearts team to try again. If you, let's say you fail that, and then you use your Rangers team and you succeed, now you can go back to the next week. You can use Hearts and Rangers again. But for example, having decent 6 to 7 players from Guimaraes, Famalicão and Gil Vicente together should cost around €300. Not sure if we can have an ROI on that during the whole season, only hitting first, second, third streaks and fourth once or twice. Yeah, but so I don't know if you was here earlier, Flymesp. Is that your name? Flymesp? Streaks aren't the only area of value that you can extract when you've got these players. Because obviously, if you only have 3 teams, see, if you had a €300 budget, I would say don't go for those teams. I'd say go for the lesser teams. Or go for those teams, but have depth from them. Because then what you can do is you can put some of those teams in Arena, in Season or Classic to yield back, and then the other players that you use in streaks. What's your tactic for the 4th and 5th streak? Because let's say in PL you need Haaland, Bruno Fernandes and Saliba to get it, but they won't play on the same day, and it's the same conundrum. Yeah, my strategy for top streaks for the top leagues will be to have the top players. That'll be it, and obviously I'll have all of them anyway. I'll probably have let's say for example, let's say we're here, and let's go to a. Let's say we're here by the 4th game week. Let's say again it's the last game week of this, this kind of let's say we're at round 4. Now, keep in mind I've got 1 of every player. What would my strategy be here? Well, my strategy would be to play a full Chelsea stack that I know starts for sure. That would be that. If it hits, great. I'm a genius. I've won the whole game. If it doesn't hit, my plan then would be to wait until the Arsenal lineup is out, pick the key players I like from Arsenal because they've got a reasonable matchup, and then probably put in Bruno Fernandes, Rodri, or maybe wait till the Spurs lineup is out and put in like Tonali if he's smashing it. And then, a couple of Arsenal players that I expect to start, and then, Bruno Fernandes or Rodri. And that would be one life, right? Obviously, you'd want to hit it in that one. So if I miss, I've still got 2 lives left, and I still got the opportunity to hit the next week, unless unless I've only got the whole game week to hit it. So if there's a scenario where I've tried the Chelsea stack and it failed, and then I've built like a split stack between the best players left of the best teams left, what I would then do is also probably put a Brighton stack in against Coventry. And then I would also probably put a Newcastle stack in against Leeds as my other 2 lives to be like, these are my Hail Marys. And if we hit it, great. And if we don't, fair enough, right? So I think my strategy, ultimately, like my strategy on that top spot will be a couple of stacks with the most favourable matchups, and then a couple of teams of the best players that I expect to have the chance to score the highest. Rodri will probably not play. Yeah, like I was just using him as an example, right? And we looked at some scores, and I know like it's different like back then or whatever. But like when we're talking about trying to hit 460 points, not the 550 for the top level, but 460 points. Let's pick game week 60. If it wants to load in for us. There we go. Did anywhere here hit 460 points at limited? Look at that. 5. Okay, that's 7-man lineup. Never mind. It's classic. No 460s there. Not a lot of games here. I think this might have been midweek, right? Yeah, this was midweek. Yeah, go to 61, yeah. It was the odd weeks were the weekends on this calendar, wasn't it? Rather than the even weeks. I think we're back to the even weeks being the weekends, which is way better. Right, did I hit any lineups? There you go. 448, not quite the 460. Would have been super close. I probably wouldn't have captained Van Dijk this season. I would have definitely captained Bruno this season, so maybe then I would have hit it. But I didn't hit it there, so it doesn't really matter. We got 397 there. Pretty good, but not super. Nothing doing. Marcus Rashford, DMP. 458 there. It's agonizingly close. Fabio Vieira as captain. And again, I wouldn't captain him. I'm captaining him because he's an Arsenal player and I'm an Arsenal fan. And I'm like, yeah, he'll be the one. So this team actually is a perfect example of how I think it's going to be quite reasonable to hit that target with whether you use a stack or a split stack, because that is a team of misfits. It's Nubel Classic at home to Red Bull Leipzig. And then also Bayern played against Bayer Leverkusen. So Kalimawendo, Nebel, and Fabio Vieira have picked up an insane amount of points there. And so has Jonathan Tah, even though no clean sheet. And so has Nubel against a team that I expected him not to keep a clean sheet. Like, it's not possible to like fall into a good score. Do I think the 550 will be hittable? I don't think we'll see anyone hit it, no. Have we got any 460, I beg your pardons? This was the wastes, man. Like this Carlos Hill, I don't even know how much I spent on him. I don't know how much he's worth now. I know it was a waste. We've got a 428 there. And again, I will say this, man. That is a shocking set of base scores for a 428. on this particular... Oh, there you go. We've got... Oh, no, that's 7-man again. And then it goes down to the other stuff. Let's go to a different one. Let's go game week 60... No, let's go game week 59. I do as well think, right, these are scores based off of me kind of like, see this lineup here, right? We got NepentheZ did well, Nuno Mensch and Hakimi both did very well, and then I've got Zaire Emery and Kvaratskhelia in there. Whereas if Dembele started, like if I knew the starters, I'm not picking Zaire Emery. This is me kind of trying to hedge my bets and guess the PSG starters because they rotated all the time. Whereas with anytime entry, once that PSG lineup is out, you can just pick the best 5 starting PSG players. You don't have to then sit there and be like, oh, let me use Zaire Emery over Vitinha, even though I know Vitinha started, right? Like, so I do think anytime entry is going to be significant. So here we go. So La Liga again, 485 there. What was that? Valverde, Lamine and Vinny J didn't even perform. Juan Garcia did. Eric Garcia did. Fede Valverde got the golazo. Lamine only got 68 but did well enough. And that again, that's a huge score. 485, that blows it out of the water. A 422 there, and that's a terrible score. 100, second best captain, and then average scorers. What else have we got here? Bundesliga, not very kind. Michael Elise, DMP. Jonathan, and again, the captain DMP. I would have needed my captain to get about, 85 or 90 points. So if Harry Kane started this game, I would have put him in there instead of Elise. Okay, I would have put Luis Diaz in. Harry Kane didn't even start. Did I use Kimmich? Yeah. So I would have put Luis Diaz in there. He would have been 82 points plus captain bonus, plus all the other bonuses. That would have got me to about 430, 440. Not quite the 460, but would have been decent. Got 495 there from the Eredivisie. Van Rouge and Perisic didn't even have the right captain on hundreds each. There's my stupid MLS crap again and the J League crap. Oh, it just bothers me to look at it. Nothing doing there. There you go. Not 460, but 446 there with bloody Horn doing terribly. That's 550 potential with different captain. Which one was that? The La Liga one. Oh, this one here. Yeah. Yeah, not quite 550. With the 100 captain, it would have been an extra 17 points, 18 points. Would have taken me to about 510, 512, something like that. That's a good lineup, though. That is a good lineup. And then I think we go to the 7-mans. Would be nice to get a reward for 100 score. I think that'd be a really cool addition. I really liked it in set. I think even if it's like clues, do you know what I mean? Crafting clues would be so cool. What do we got here? Bruno Fernandes. Yeah, see here? This hits it, right? 405 with a DNP, which you wouldn't get if you knew who started. I would have likely got 460 on that one. 436 there is painful, isn't it? 397 there is quite painful. There you go. Not quite 460 again, but 445 on La Liga. Man, Juan Garcia is so good for it, isn't he? What I am seeing here, though, guys, what's really promising, what I really like, is that I'm seeing a lot of high scores, a lot of 400 plus scores, with really suboptimal lineups because I'm kind of hedging my bets at all times, right? I'm not meticulously picking a lineup that I know is starting or a group of players I'm really confident will play. I'm kind of like putting in, let me go for Kovar, Mauro Jr., Veerman Perisic, and then Serginho Dest. That worked out well. But if, for example, Gasiorowski was starting, I might have gone for him over one of the fullbacks. I'm seeing us hit 360, 380, 400 plus regularly. 425 there again with a 404 in behind it. And the reason why that's really promising, I think, is because instead of looking at, oh, do you even think you're ever going to win that top spot? I'm now more looking at, do I think I'm going to consistently get there? And it looks like, based on the random game weeks we picked up there, that we've hit high enough scores consistently under worse circumstances to get us there every time. And I was doing it last year. I didn't stream much of it, but I was hitting those. I wonder if I could find some tweets about it. I was hitting, like, I was getting to streak 4 and streak 5 consistently last year, especially in La Liga and Bundesliga. I was real easy. Not so easy in the Pro League, but I was getting there, like, consistently and under worse circumstances. So now I'm sitting there thinking, it's not necessarily about, am I going to hit that top spot even once? It's, do I think I can get there a lot? I do. I think I think anybody that has a deep gallery of one specific league will have a stunning opportunity to consistently push themselves up to the top reward spots. The more I see it, the more I see those scores of old, and the more I know what I know now with the way streaks work and the anytime entry and stuff, I literally am sitting there thinking, and this is what I said about an hour ago, I genuinely think Sorare are going to get, like, have a run for their money with this. $550 going to need 300 min. Yeah, probably. Are you going to use rares in there too? So my strategy with rares will be, when I get to the kind of money makers, so the final and the penultimate stage, I will use a classic rare. I'll use a classic rare anyway if it feels right. But yeah, when I get to the final stages, the final 2 stages every time, I'll use a classic rare, and I will go and buy an in-season rare to make captain for a big points bonus. The only caveat is that you'll be less likely to play full stacks in those higher streaks, which still makes you somewhat susceptible to DMPs. Yeah, so what's going to be interesting for the strategy, Don Q, is making sure that you get the 2 week, or like the week's kind of like grace period. Like, so if you're on this streak here, you kind of want to make sure that you've hit this streak and had your first shot of this streak in this week's games. So then when it comes to trying to hit this streak with a couple of stacks, or even if not doing perfect stacks, if you hit it, you've got the rest of this week and then the next week to pick your best players for this one here. It's going to be important, I think, to not leave yourself having to hit it that particular week. The rares in your gallery specifically will actually, in theory, bang through steps pretty easily. That's the hope, man. That's the hope. Can you use a rare player in the limited streaks? Yeah, so they're not limited streaks. They're just streaks, right? So you can use, like, limited is obviously the entry point. So the rewards you see here are doubled and tripled because of the, like, promo. This £3,000 is what you get if you use 5 limited players. If you use 5 rare players instead, that gets boosted to $6,000. Every rare gives you 15% bonus. Unless you captain it, it'll give you 40% bonus instead. And then a classic rare, which you can only use one of, will give you a 5% bonus unless you captain it, in which case it will give you a 15% bonus. So for those that have just joined the stream, like, recently and didn't hear us kind of discussing this strategy earlier, the idea would be to get to this final step, $3,000 if you win it with full limiteds. So you use one classic rare, which gives you 5% bonus, which will be an extra $150 if you succeed. And then buying an in-season rare that you plan to captain, that if you hit it will give you a 40% bonus on that $3,000, which will be an extra $1,200. So for the 2 of them, you'll get an extra $1,350 on top of hitting the reward. And then afterwards, you keep your classic rare because you've had that and that's yours. And then you just sell the in-season rare back into the market. Maybe you take a little haircut on it, but you don't care. You just picked up 40% bonus rewards. Not that I recommend it, but you can even use super rares and uniques in the streaks. Will give you the same reward bonus as rare, though. Yeah, you can, yeah. It definitely wouldn't be advisable, though, that's for sure. I saw that buying a full collection of Moriense Estoril Academico and Gil Vicente from the Primera Liga cost around 130. Seems very decent, to be honest, since they are mid-table teams apart from Academico. Yeah, I mean, I like that strategy. Somebody earlier said that it's like 300 euros for two of those teams, though, but it depends if you go primary market or secondary market. Hennep, if I enter streaks, let's say on game week 3, will I be eligible for the double bonus rewards? Yeah, they last for 4 game weeks, the double bonus rewards. You can get a lot of value with the rares then. Yeah, I think the value of the rares is going to be buying in and out of them, not buying them in whole. You know what I mean? Like earning $12 instead of $6 is not worth having a team full of rares. I don't even think buying a rare to captain is worth it here. I think buying a rare to captain might be worth it here. 40% uptick on $300 is an extra $120. So if you can buy a rare for, let's say, $100, captain him, you hit that streak reward, you sell him then for $90, so you've lost $10, but you've picked up $120 bonus in rewards. Happy days, right? For the 2x boost, you need 4 in season or 5. Yeah, it's just 4. Like the rewards are just doubled. Like. I'm just going to see my kids 5 minutes, guys. They've all got friends over, so they're all occupied. But I just want to make sure everyone's doing good. Let's pop the market on for the Jupiler Pro League, and we'll have a little gander at those prices. Laura made lunch for all the kids, and so now it's mine. Hot dog with hot sauce. Have I got nothing else on? No, running out. Gonna have to go have a little once over again, boys. Fucking hot sauce, man. I love hot sauce so much. It just gives me the hiccups. Now they're going to last for about 10 minutes. If you haven't tried this, Spicy Rise Black Edition, let me tell you, man, that is the hottest. Not, I didn't just have that. I just had a regular hot sauce there. But that Spicy Rise, it is the hottest hot sauce I have ever had in my entire life. It is awesome, but it is really hot. Man, that's a lot of outbids. It's mostly on those Hearts players, though, isn't it? Jesus Christ. Should have thought twice about eating hot sauce whilst I was streaming. Honestly, this is just going to last for about 10 minutes now. Don't know why it makes me laugh so much. It's funny. It's like so involuntary as well. Like, I know hiccups in general are involuntary, but it's just so involuntary. If you drink a glass of water, they go away. They don't. Trust me, I've had them for so long. I've had this ever since I was a kid, literally like teenager or whatever. If I ever had anything spicy, it would cause hiccups. And in that time, in the 30 years I've known that spice causes me to hiccup, I have tried everything known and unknown to man as a remedy, and it's never worked, ever. Drink some milk, eat some fruit, suck on a lollipop. Never works. Never works. Drink a glass of water, hold your nose and drink upside down. Dunk your head in the toilet. Tried them all. Doesn't work. Yep, tried the holding breath. I used to get them when I drink alcohol. Found that Rennie works every time. So from what I understand is it's not anything to do with indigestion, and it's something to do with your diaphragm. And like your diaphragm is what, when you hiccup, right? It's what like makes like pulses that makes the hiccup. And the spice effectively just sits on the diaphragm, making it pulse. So until the spice quite literally dissolves, it just keeps going and going and going. I stopped having hiccups, but I still put my head in the toilet. That's a good idea. Spasm in the diaphragm. Yeah, it is. It is. It's weird, isn't it? It's weird. It is just weird. I like the body. It's just fascinating, isn't it? It's just fascinating. It blows my mind. It's like space, right? I find it so hard to comprehend space that I just don't even bother to like watch documentaries or anything interesting about it, because I just cannot fathom it. I cannot understand. I cannot comprehend how big the Earth is, how big space is, how big I can't deal with it. It just does my head in. I'll be real, the top scores on the streaks look really achievable if you're willing to spend. I'm saying, man. Space TikToks in bed at 2 a.m. are the best. They're just not. They're not. They just have like anything that leaves you contemplating the mere existence of humanity is not something that is the best. So many mundane things like how can you strum a guitar, then get that strum onto a CD, then it comes from a CD to your radio speaker. Yeah, I mean, these are the things I've always thought about, right? And obviously, like, you have like scientists and engineers and, you know, developers or kind of I don't know, entrepreneurs, whatever the case, right? Who sat there and thought, let's make a device to record this person dancing and then make a device to beam that recording to that device that is in somebody else's house many miles away? I can't understand it. I can't understand it. It is crazy. This chair is like really starting to creak. It's doing my head in. Right, let's do a little once over of the collections, because I feel like it's bid time again. The NHL. We'll do a doubly, triply check on these ones, but I don't think I think I'm done here. Apart from 2 Zagreb cards, I'm gonna have to stop checking this this league, I think, now. Unless I got those Zagreb cards, in which case I'm quite possibly done. What's up, Rico, man? How you doing, bro? It's bid o'clock. It might be. We'll look at Zagreb last. And then those Rodez cards aren't there. Or Rudez cards. So he doesn't exist. I'm not going to buy him yet because his price is going up because they're playing today. He doesn't exist. I'm not going to buy him yet for the same reason. And not going to buy him yet for the same reason. So I'm 3 cards short of every single player in the Croatian League. When I completed color set, it was so satisfying, but seeing your collections is something else. It's pretty cool, isn't it? Right, Austrian Bundesliga. Don't want to... How's the buying going? It's actually slowed down a lot today because prices are just ticking up. Just that level where I feel like it's not great value. And so I'm not going to obviously like waste money. If I can't get it, then I can't get it. Rapid Veen, so we could try and get him. Is there a specific time the new auctions go live? No, I don't think so. I think they go like the next auction goes live at the end of the current auction. I suppose you could like figure out when. This guy's going for about £4. Salzburg will do last. They're done. He's there. We do 1 tick on him and 1 tick only. That'll be whack. Pellets done. The thing that I'm like quite happy about at the moment, though, as well, is the La Liga doesn't start until what, the 18th, 17th. The Premier League doesn't start until the 21st. The French League doesn't start until the 21st or 22nd, whatever, and the Bundesliga the week after. So I will be in no rush whatsoever to pick these cards up. I will try and get all of the DMP players on 1 tick, like first tick or second tick only. I will really wait to kind of like assess the prices of these players because we've got a long time before the league kicks off. I don't know when the championship kicks off. Championship doesn't kick off until the 14th of August. So even the championship, when that comes in 2 days, we've got 2 weeks to build up the collections. J-League, I'm not buying. Contender, I've already got players for Contender League. So again, I'll be in no rush to buy the Bundesliga and the Liga BK2. When does the Belgian League kick off? So the Belgian League is just about a week from now. So next, like this week, basically, I will focus on the Jupiler Pro League because they'll be important to start building up. Eredivisie the same. I'll focus on them as well because they will be important to start building up. And then I'm already really deep in all of the other leagues that have started. Bundes 2 has some nice scores. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to not get them. I'm just going to get them at a good price. I'm just going to take my time building the collections. I'm not going to be rushing for it. Hey, Nep, I got 129. Can I email you it? You can just send it to me on X if you want, Matza. Sorry for the double audio there. So yeah, like right now, I feel like we're at a bit of a point of got to keep working on the SPFL, got to keep working on the Eredivisie and the Belgian Pro League. But other than that, there's like we're in a bit of a relaxing point in time. Right, this team, we'll go 1 tick and 1 tick only on him, and that's probably a 40 pence overpay. Just overpay for Duran, but I can't be asked chasing him any longer. I feel it, man. I feel it. I'm there with you. I am there with you. Last night, I'd had a few adult lemonades, and I was like, do you know what? Fuck it. I'm just getting them all. I'm just getting everyone now. And then I clicked on one player, and his sale price 2 sales ago was like 30 quid. And then somebody had auction bid him to like 50 quid, and then somebody had bought his instant buy like 65 quid, and I was like, yeah, I'm not doing this now. I'm not going to pay like £40 over the odds for a player just to have him now instead of like tomorrow or in a week's time. He doesn't have a card. He doesn't have a card. He doesn't have a card. I think Lask are playing today, aren't they? So I'm not going to be too stressed to get these guys right now either. £20 for him. Yeah, I think we can do better on him. Man, Satonio just eating, baby. Yeah, I think we could do good on him. Yeah, I mean, I'm really content with where I'm at with the Austrian Bundesliga. He's already over his max recent price. Let's pop him into 16. To me, SPFL is probably the best one for streaks since they play each other more and you can target fixtures easily. Yeah, that's very true. That's also one of the leagues that obviously has essence for the first 2 steps rather than for just the first step. Like, look at that. Look at that. Who's this idiot? Who's this idiot? He sold for £5, then didn't get minted for some reason or another. Then this guy went and 5 hours ago paid £51 for him. Is Graz that played today? Oh, is it? This is Clement Bischoff. Of course, he's got some high potential. I've got a few of his classic cards. Was he expected to get transferred and then didn't transfer or something? Yeah, it's Bischoff, Maurice. I haven't looked at them, Volts. I'm not buying rares this season. Only limiteds. Look at Gil Diaz. Do you know Gil Diaz was one of the first players that I ever bought on their site? Clement Bischoff is off to NEC Nijmegen. Why would somebody pay £50 for him? That's so dumb. Look. Oh, you can't see because my face is here. This guy here, Valentin Schubacher. He's selling. He's £2. He's £1.77. He's £2.36. He's £2.03. Instabought to $2.90. Instabought to $3.50. Auctioned up to $3.64. Instabought to $4.82. Instabought to $5.98. Then auctioned off for £2 again. And then somebody else has gone, no, do you know what? I'll pay like double the price again. People are dumb. Anyway, yeah, we'll do one tick on him. Dagheim will go to Hoffenheim. Probably not a starter though. This guy doesn't have a card. This guy doesn't have a card. This guy doesn't have a card. This guy's got a card. Can do one tick on him. Yeah, we are nearly done, guys. We are nearly on Croatian League. As I say, we need 3 players. Austrian Bundesliga is maybe like 10 players. And I'm actively not buying them in this moment because they're just a little bit too high because these teams are playing at the moment or today or whatever. That's banging. That's like a good relief now, isn't it? Because now it's like, now I've got to work on the next collection, which will be SPFL. Let's go and see where we're at with the SPFL. And then we'll start focusing again. So I'm not touching Celtic and Rangers anytime soon, I think. I'm sure this Flow Hoarder is money laundering. Oh, is that right? Do you think that 4K in the wallet will be enough? Oh, no. I'm going to have to deposit. Sherpin has a Union card, but yeah, I don't know why they minted. Well, I do know why they minted him, because they know he's transferring. They want to take the money from him here and then reissue him afterwards. Please leave Celtic till I'm done. The funny thing with Celtic and Rangers is I probably wouldn't mind buying the star players right now. It's the cheap. We'll look at them actually, but it's the cheaper players that people are buying up to get their collection scores up. Where, you know, players that should cost £1.70 are instead at £4 and £5, and it's just a ludicrous price to pay. All right, Aberdeen. I'm sure Celtic Rangers, one of them will either have a bad result or play a stinker and prices will plummet. Yeah, I do agree. I do agree. Dan happy. He's not very happy though, is he? Every time our eyes meet, this feeling inside me, it's almost more than I can bear. And baby, when you touch me. Look, this one again, look, he went 3 hours ago for £7, £11 prior to that, and then £12 after it. Where is the consistency? It's going to take an age to get through those Wolves. No, it's pretty quick. It's pretty quick. Aberdeen. I've also got enough of a lot of players where I'm like, look, I don't need, like, you know, I've got all of the Aberdeen players that I would need now, right? I could buy these last players as and when. So according to the support, the guys that don't have cards to finish collections won't get them, and we are screwed. There's no way. The issue isn't that the guys that haven't got cards won't get them. They will just have to remove the transferred cards from the collections, which they did do in set at some point during the World Cup for the guys that got dumped because of injury or whatever, and the new guys that got picked up, right? So you're just playing limited in season, then rare classic comps. Yeah, limited in season, limited classic, rare classic, and then limited streaks will get rare cards when I'm on top spots. Do you think they'd do that for us? They have to. They literally have to. They can't offer collection rewards that are impossible to get, because what they've done is incentivize people to begin these collections, and then they're going to say, oh, by the way, you're never getting that reward. They absolutely cannot leave it like it is. They have to make an adjustment for it. They have to. Even if they just reduce the requirements, right? So for a completed collection, for it to count as complete, they could just reduce the requirements to like however many cards are missing. So, you know, Aberdeen becomes a collection that's completed at 27 out of 31 cards, that sort of thing. I spent $3,000 so far on shit limiteds. Yeah, you and me both. I've spent an insane amount of money on absolute trash that I would never buy otherwise. And if they and it's literally the sole the thing that drove me to buying this all from the primary market rather than the secondary market was the collect missions. If they didn't have the collect missions there, I would never have actually taken this strategy on, at least not to this degree. So for them now to possibly turn around and say, oh yeah, by the way, we're just doing nothing about it, I will kick off. I will kick off. And then they will tell me to shut up. Is there a world where you can play everything other than streaks, or would you simply be missing out too much for not playing streaks? I think streaks are the best value on the site, yeah. But I will say this, though. I said this at the start of the stream. I tweeted last night, for all intents and purposes, I've completed the Croatian League. The problem is I'm still around 20 or so cards short because of non-supplied transfers. How long do we expect before Sorare updates collections? And Nicola liked the tweet. So he's seen that there is an issue here. He's aware of it. I assume that they're now going to be talking internally about how to fix it or how to address it. They did for set. The same issue existed with injured quarter. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They did it for set. I assume that they'll do it here. See, he's going way up. Yeah, you're safe with that. They can't not do it. Yeah, I agree. And I think look, they've done a few things that have like pissed off the consumer recently. You know, like for example the changes to the vault, or like the kind of the things that changed based on the gameplay changes to the vault. Like I don't think, like, I don't know what people think about EA or Sorare or whatever. People seem to think that these companies enjoy going out of their way to piss people off. I can tell you they do not. Oh no! Thank God for that. I didn't want to bid on him. Yeah, that, like, so, do you think Sorare want to piss everyone off? Of course they don't, man. They want everyone to engage in their game. They want people to be happy. They want people to be engaged with the product. They want people to enjoy the thing that they're doing. Because if you're enjoying it, you're more willing to spend money. I think people take the things that go wrong as a personal, direct attack rather than either an oversight or mismanagement or kind of just like ignorance, you know? I think I'm going to wait to finish collections until they switch it that way. I'm not waiting. I am here. And I will do it. Don't want to pay for him. Don't mind offering for him. Bossy. What a name. Why is he so bossy? That's too much for him now. What's this guy for the timings? So 7 days ago, the first ones, and it kind of, so it's after about 2 days that the prices seem to come down to like the average price, and then players kind of peak and trough after that based on, is there a game happening now? Has there been a transfer or some like news come out, and that influences like a bit of a bigger change. But for the most part, after 48 hours, it looks like the cards are at that settled price. St. Mirren. Alex Gogic. What a great name. How do you get to previous scores? Go to the lineups tab, click on Arena, and then in the top left of Arena, you can switch for the game weeks there. Pardon me. Gogic, probably their best player, and he's going for like £3. That's pretty mad, isn't it? None for him, none for him, and none for him. £3.81. £3.53. In another life, I swear I was a voice actor. Like, I swear I was a what was I? I was one of those Donnies. Do you know what I mean? A dialect guy. I taught people how to speak in the mother tongue. He's gone. So you can't complete this collection. You can complete it, but not first owner. Like, yes, he's got some cards, but none, like, because he's transferred out now, you can't get them all first owner. Digne. I feel the SPFL specifically is overpriced. I don't. We took a nice deep dive into why a little bit earlier. But yeah, I actually think, on the contrary, right? And I know the reason why I think people think, nope, don't want to play that right now. The reason why I think people think the SPFL is overpriced is because you only get cash at the third streak, and even then, it's only a couple of bucks. And so people look at that and go, ugh, I'm not paying for I'm not paying for Essence, you crazy. But you can't, like, you got to look at it for the whole season, for the whole campaign, for the whole year. And I'm going to end up finishing off the entirety of the Scottish League for about £1,000, maybe a little bit more, depending on how cheap or expensive I get the Celtic and Rangers players for, right? But about £1,000. The ability to extract value out of that £1,000 is insane. It's insane. And I would dare say, as I say, I would dare say that leagues at the moment are underpriced rather than overpriced. So this guy, do I want to pay that much for him? Yes, I do. With the budget of 150 on the SPFL, which strategy teams would you do? Everyone bar Celtic and Rangers, maybe even bar Hearts. I'll go for like Aberdeen, Motherwell. Who are the other half decent teams like Kilmarnock? Robbie D's. These nuts. Ha! Goatee. But the bangers from those teams? No, not necessarily. Like, yeah, I mean, it depends on your budget ultimately, right? It does just depend on what you can get to, what you can stretch to. Collection missions aren't the main gameplay. If you buy a full Barcelona collection, it's to be competitive and win across the different competitions. Collection missions are just an extra feature. That's what he said, although I don't know what that was in response to. Yeah, like somebody said that earlier, Julie, as well, that somebody had said that collection missions are just an extra feature, but you can't tie an extra feature to buying cards and then be like, hey man, tough shit, you can't complete it, because that would have then been premeditated, that collections would have been impossible to complete. Now, I've been really active on buying cards, right? Really active. And I have not got a single complete collection. I've completed some individual teams, but I do not have a single complete collection. And I've been incredibly active buying cards from the very, very start, like the very, very outset. If they turn around and try to say to me, oh, well, that's too bad for you, mate, you should have done better. It was impossible for me to do better. It was impossible for me. Some of the cards that are in the collections have literally had 0 mints. 0. Some of them have had 1 mint. Some of them have had a couple of mints. But there are some cards that have literally had 0 mints. They can't be there going, oh, well, you didn't get that guy that never got minted. Well, sucks to be you then. Because otherwise, what's the point of the collection missions? What's the point of having those like end missions if you knew people could not get to them? As I said, if it transpires that Sorare are just going to be like, yeah, tough shit, I will kick off, man. I will kick off. I will make... There's a guy, Mr. Footlovers, I think his name is. Every single time I see Sorare popping up on my timeline, he's there. And it's him just asking for the championship stuff back, whatever, you know, the long form, month-long piece of content. And sometimes I sit there and I think, mate, give it a rest. But then sometimes I sit there and I think, no, good for you, because this is obviously something you care about that you want them to address, at least put closure on it. Say, sorry, it's not coming back, at least that. I would be the same. If they don't fix this collection mission stuff, I will be the same. I'll be like, you are out of your mind if you think this is just going to get swept under the carpet. Like, you are going to give us an answer to this. You are going to give us our just desserts. Wild Streaks is probably the best way to earn this year. As a relatively low budget rare player, I'm hitting Champ Classic and we'll build into in-season leaderboard team. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Not only fix it, but fix it soon and communicate when the key and star players will be available to choose. Yeah, precisely, yeah. They will say you bought the entire collection knowing you couldn't complete it as some wasn't. Yeah, how am I supposed to know that someone isn't getting minted? How am I supposed to know? Like the place I'm at with... Where am I at with? The two that I'm the closest to, I suppose, the Austrian Bundesliga and whatnot. Guys, I am missing 2 cards from Dinamo Zagreb. No, beg your pardon, 3 cards from Dinamo Zagreb. Once I have got those 3 cards, there is not a single player left for me to buy from the Croatian League. And yet I have completed 1 team. 1. What are these rewards for if it is impossible to complete 9 of the 10 teams? And it might even now be impossible to complete 10 of 10 teams. You know, we might be in a situation now where I managed to get in on Rijeka before they lost the transferred card, who now doesn't exist anymore. And I might be one of only a handful of people that even have completed 1 team, let alone people completing 2, 5, 8, or 10. I think the collection mission would be better going off points. Yeah, I agree. And listen, like I say, look, Sorare aren't in the business of trying to rip people off. They're in the business of trying to make money from like methods above board, FOMO, things like that. You know, they're in the, you know, they would put these collection missions out not to be like, man, this will make people buy loads of cards that they're never going to get any rewards from, but instead to be like, wow, I wonder if we can encourage people to buy loads of cards that they otherwise wouldn't to get rewards that they've calculated out as being less valuable than the total value of people buying the cards, right? They wouldn't have been disingenuous with it. They wouldn't have put this out there knowing and thinking, hey, this isn't going to be able to be completed and we'll just take the dub on ripping people off. There's no way. There's no way. Which means that they will address this. Like, they just will. Still can't get him, mind you. Just seen you outbid me on the Kilmarnock Estonian defender. I won't bid again. You could bid again if it fits. The Discord answer he gave had nothing to do with the issue. Someone made a joke, why do I want a Yamal card after completing everything when I already own him? And somebody said, I'll be happy with 10 clues for getting a full Barcelona. So that he pasted a message. Oh, so the message was in response to him saying, well, it's not part. You're like, yeah, okay, that makes more sense. With special shop events, I'll be willing to buy some collection if I can complete them, but they need to address it ASAP. Yeah, they do. They do. You still doing set at the moment? I am, mate. Yeah, I'm on the 4th stage at the moment. When I think the next games, we've got some games today, haven't we? No games today. Games tomorrow. So yeah, hopefully tomorrow we'll be able to move up to, like, claim our 20 gems and move up to the 50. I'd like to hit the 50 and 200 and then run it a couple of times and end up with 1,000-ish gems for the new set. That'd be really good. They do a similar thing in set where a bunch of collections couldn't be completed. Then a week or two later, they updated the squads and the collections were complete. Yeah, it's perfect, isn't it? Zagreb today. Yeah, I just don't have any Zagreb players. Oh, no, just not goalkeeper. Oh, so I might actually have some outfielders today. Oh, yeah, there we go. So we've got Hearts against, is it not Stuttgart, Sturm Graz. So I've got Scott McKenna, no midfielder, no forward, no other. I've got no one anyway. What's my ticket situation? 13.53. Right, so I reckon the championship price is going to be crazy. I don't think so. In all 4 steps, I have a team that would hit top streak. Oh, is that right? Can do the DA picker at least. Yeah, I've done that already. I'll pop that in today to get the token. They are slow with this sort of stuff. Should have already been addressed along with the world expiration. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the wheel should just have an expiration date on it, shouldn't it? We shouldn't be left to guess. It should just, in the top left, just like wheel expires in days, minutes, and hours. Have you got any lineups running this game week? Yeah, I have. Yeah, I've got these bad boys. Didn't put any subs in there. Maybe I should. I was reluctant at times to put subs in because, for example, I've got Nubel in here as a sub goalie. But what if I want to play? What do we got? Let's go rare. Let's say I want to play an elite board here and spend some essence. I don't have enough essence for it, mind you. Edison, Bosch, Arriaga, Bosch. Jorginho. Oh, I don't have enough players at rare level, but limited, I'm sure I have. A limited, I could afford the 800 essence as well. Guys, can somebody explain to me why Nubel has got a Bayern card in FIFA instead of a Besiktas card in FIFA? We've got Swallow for Hearts, Filipovic for Zagreb. We've got a bit of a Dale Blind. Went back to Bayern on low. Yeah, but I don't think there was actually a period of time where he went back to Bayern. I think it was just like he just went from Stuttgart to Besiktas and Bayern just signed it off. Do you know what I mean? Like, rather than it being a quite literal, oh, he's back at Bayern. Oh, he's straight out the door 30 seconds later. Juan Cordoba. There you go. See, I would do that as a team. Oh, if I do it now, yeah, let's confirm it now, because then I'll get put into possibly a lobby of players that also don't have guaranteed starters and maybe have a little advantage. You know what I'm saying? There's 800 essence down the drain. Stuttgart got a better keeper now, don't worry. Who's the Stuttgart keeper now? He was back for 8 days, was he? Oh, fair enough. You're not spinning soon? Nah. Not for at least another like 10 days, 12 days. Seamen. Oh, okay. So Breadloaf for now, Seamen. Seamen was in the Bundesliga last season, was he? Or was he in the... Yeah, he was in the Bundesliga. He was putting up some big numbers for one of the smaller teams, wasn't he? Paderborn. Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah. He was putting up some big numbers either way. Paderborn. Right. Let's go to the Wait, did I just do the SPFL? I did, didn't I? You voted Seamen. Did I actually? Fair enough. Right, let's move on to then Le Portuguese Liga. We're getting quite deep in these. Of course, not Sporting, Porto, or Benfica. Let's have a look-see. Just read Paderborn and got PTSD off those damn silvers. Mate, 25k a pop. Jesus Christ. Right. Goalkeeper. When will the new leagues be available for crafting? Basically, after the first game week that they play, when the game week locks, they'll be in the prize pools, which means they'll be in the crafting pools. So this weekend, you've got Croatia, Austrian Bundesliga, and SPFL. Once the game week locks, not the hot streaks game week, but the actual in-season classic, arena game week. Once that locks at Tuesday at 3 p.m. and it closes, that's when those players will be in the prize pool. And then for the Portuguese league and such, it'll be the week after, once they've had their first game week, and then the game week closes. That's when they'll be put into the prize pool. Man, I'm having to fight hard for these guys. I think an entire complete collection should give an additional bonus 1% on all the cards in it. I would be so down for that. Anything you want to throw at me now for having complete collections, I am yes on that one. Listen, I would say if somebody's got an entire collection of every single player in every single team in the whole league, they should get like a 20% scoring bonus. I'm just saying. 30% actually. And they should get a 50% rewards buff. I'm just saying. That's what I think should happen. I think that would be very good. Oh, I don't want to pay that for him. Yeah, see, I think this team I've nearly finished. A lot of the Portuguese teams have had loads of transfers. Yeah, 30% stake in Sorare as well. I think an entire collection. Yeah. The same message came through on the other screen. It's funny. Yeah, see, even these Portuguese league players, they're just getting bidded up. That little bit, man. He doesn't exist. We are starting to draw to a close of the Portuguese league as well, though, guys. I don't know, when do you guys think the best time to pick up Rangers, Celtic, Sporting, Porto, Benfica would be? Like, wait until we're a game week or two into the season? Or is there then that risk that they start popping off, like whatever, Porto's new striker bags a hat-trick in his first game, and then all of a sudden, he like 3x's in price. And I'm sat there going, oh my God, I could have got him for like 12 quid a week ago, and now he's 60 quid. Well, that guy's getting... I've just bid him up twice, overpaid. You think once the first game kicks off? Yeah, that's actually a good like entry point, isn't it? Wait until the international break. I don't want to wait until the international break because I feel like they're going to be necessary to hit those top streaks, and I will anticipate getting to those top streaks before the international break. More supply of crafting. There'll be more supply of crafting, but obviously I want to get them from the, like you, JD Trey, I want to get them from the primary market rather than the secondary market. But yeah, more supply of crafting is the one. Main dip be September, October normally, but hard to predict with new game modes. May affect the market. I think it will affect the market a lot. I think, I think, for example, buying a Bruno Fernandes, like let's say United have got City on that game week 4. I think they have, right? Let's say, for the sake of argument, that United have got Coventry the game week after. I reckon buying Bruno Fernandes just before or during the City game will be a great flipping opportunity, because then people that want to use him and take advantage of his in-season rare value during streaks are going to want to pick him up against Coventry, and I reckon you'll see his price fly up. I think the market this year is going to be just sensational. I think it's going to be great fun. You don't want to wait too long for the stars to boost them up with XP. I believe they will become scarce pretty quickly. Yeah, you are right. You are right. Maybe today I'll start putting some effort into the big teams. Just even if it's just buying, like the way I did it with Zagreb, is I just put a bid on every single player at like fair price of where it was, and I got like half of them, and then I was like, all right, now I can really start like getting into the nitty gritty of it. Good example is Hearts players pumped up to £2, £3, £4 before this midweek game week lock. Yeah, they were. We want players. We want tickets. You want me to do a little 10 ticket run, guys? See if we can hit jackpot, baby. I shouldn't. I really should be efficient with them. But also, are we not here for fun? Are we just here for efficiency, or are we also here for fun? You tell me. What type of cards do you think will have the high swings based on fixtures? Limited in season, rare classic, or rare in season? I've genuinely no idea. Ba-ba-da. To collect cards in real life or two? Yeah, I've got a lot of in real life cards. It's not an extensive collection, but they're like I've got a bit. One of my best cards actually is a 5 of 5 bookend signed Vinicius Jr. And so if he does end up coming to Arsenal, that'd be great, wouldn't it? When will you buy the Eredivisie JPL cards? Wait a bit or buy now? Yeah, I'll probably wait a day or two. So the Pro League cards, maybe we'll start looking at today. I'll probably wait a day or two for them. It look like, because I'm putting so many bids on, so you can't really see it because my face cam, right? I'll show you. But because I'm putting so many bids, okay, that guy doesn't have a card. Because I'm putting so many bids on so many players, I'm just noticing the trends of certain players. So it typically seems to be that around a day or two, yeah, so this one again, first card obviously is the top. 2 days later, he's at the bottom and then at the kind of like plateaued stage. And then for some players, they will drop even more or peak even more. And the drops tend to coincide with good or bad transfers, and the peaks tend to coincide with either good or bad transfers and do they have a game today, or like has somebody had an outstanding performance in preseason and stuff like that. But for the most part, I'm like, the most common thing that I've noticed is that around 48 hours after the card's first mint, we're getting the bottom price, like or at least the bottom plateau. It might be like still bouncing a little bit between, like if a card's worth £5, you might see some at £4 and some at £6, but it'll be in and around that little wave, right? So I think for Eredivisie, I'm just not going to touch that for a couple of days. I think for the Pro League, I think tomorrow will be the time where I attack it. What I'll do though is periodically just go to the market and put bids on anybody that doesn't have a bid on. And if I manage to win a player off of the back of that and start the collections up, brilliant. Do you going to buy La Liga at the beginning? Yep. I sure will. I sure will. Goalkeepers are the ones that I'm like worried about though. Because if people want to play anytime entry, you can have a choice. You know, if a team plays 4-4-2, you've got one choice of goalkeeper, and so has everybody else that wants to play with that team's goalkeeper. But you have a choice of 4 defenders, 4 midfielders, and 2 attackers. Like, I have a feeling we could see goalkeepers really, really spike for the anytime entry. Yeah, I've committed to Hearts, Rangers, Celtic, Motherwell. Sell off the Essence pools and star icon cards from the collection missions. Then move into other leagues come end of August, September. That's pretty cool. See this guy here? Why has he peaked up so much? Hasn't he been rumoured to be transferred? And it was like not a positive transfer for him. Why has he gone from like £1 or £2 to £18 for Otavio? He's at Eintracht. So how is that a good? You'll be able to get him for £2 at Eintracht. How are people looking at that going, yeah, let me pay £20 for this guy that's never going to play a kick of football all season? Maybe people want him full collection before his card changes. I'll just wait for his transfer out, no more mints, then Sorare can remove him from the pool and then I'll get a free spot. Mm-hmm. You think he's going to be a starter there? Damn. Even then, though, even if he is a starter, his Eintracht card will be about £3 or £4 or £5. It's not going to be £20. You'll be able to get Joshua Kimmich for £20. See, even this goalkeeper, he's pushed up from like 40 to almost £60. Didn't you guys say like he's like one of the best keepers in the league, though? The Famalicão goalkeeper. Oh, no, I don't want. I just don't want to pay £58 for him. I just don't. I will wait for a better version of him to come, a cheaper version of him to come. He is really good, and some accounts on X advertised him. Oh, okay, so he's been pumped. Gotcha. So this Gustavo Sarr, didn't somebody say he's been purchased by Forest and then he's being loaned out to the Greek league, so he's going to have 0 utility? Is that right? Yeah, so I'm not buying him. Okay. It's not certain that this goalkeeper will stay for Famalicão. Isn't it like Porto that are interested in him, right? But even still, his Porto version of the card won't be like £60. It just won't be. Even if he's a starting goalkeeper. Yeah, that's right. Last season he started on the bench, and as soon as he started playing, he had several clean sheets. That's pretty cool. Abubakar. A car. Never do you think Championship is good as it's got 48 game weeks but 24 teams? So for streaks, is that good? Yep, that is good. That is good indeed. Yeah, look at that again. Another like massive spike. 30. Oh, you think that guy is the guy that's money laundering, don't you? Oh, show. Wait, he's got like uniques and stuff though. Maybe he's just got more money than sense, doesn't give a shit, and is just bidding wherever he wants. Because there's no way you'd be money laundering all of this. I tell you what, that Raskin unique for 600 quid and Sheldrup unique for 1700 quid. Is that not good prices? Maybe he got a Facebook deal as well. What's a Facebook deal? Volcan. Bought Pedro Guimaraes when he's leaving, then selling for a loss. But so the Pedro Gonçalves thing is one of those things where I wonder, did he buy him not knowing the news, then see the news and thought, let me just get as much back as I can, instead of holding onto the card for what reason? You are splashing as well. Just a joke. Got money to spend. I'm not splashing. I'm spending £1 a card, mate. That's not splashing the cash. Look at this Donny boy. He's putting money in. Oh, I know what you mean. Oh, so my Facebook deal. I get you. Yeah, I was like, even then I didn't cotton on to what you were saying. My Facebook deal, man. When I tell you I was overpaid, trust me. I was one of those guys that sits on the bench earning 300k a week and never plays a kick of football. That was me back in the Facebook day. I was just there for the ride, man. I was just happy. I was just like, wait, are they still paying me for this shit? That's crazy. I'm not doing anything. Oh, that was great. That was good times. Pranksy showing his profit and loss for last season. What was it? Tom Heaton OP? Is that what I am, Josh? Is it my Tom Heaton? Yeah. I'll take it, mate. I'll take it. I just need to find another club that will sign me now and just pay me crazy wages for doing absolutely fuck all. Minus 3k. So he finished negative 3k for the season. That's interesting. I don't even... does that include the value of the cards that he still owns? Or is that a flat, he spent $1 million, came out with 997k in cash, and still has the cards on top? What was the name of the viewer who hit 1k on World Cup sets? Whoever hit 1k in sets, if you're still here, could you make yourself known, please? He still has the cards. That's just cash flow. Yeah, that's banging. That is banging. Like, that is honestly an insane return. When EPL comes out, aim for in season, a cheap rare would be Palestra, Andre Santos, Evan Nilsson, and Splash Orange Joao Pedro. Hell yeah. I did, but not the same guy. Did you do it entirely free to play, Tomo? Oh, there you go. You got Dav 10R as well, Josh, there. Do you know what, Josh? When I spoke about it yesterday, there was a good few... Like, the two people that I recall doing it came from the Discord, not from the stream. When I spoke about it yesterday, about 4 or 5 people said that they hit it. And then today again, look how many people have hit it. So, man, I'm telling you, I don't know how long you've been in the stream for, Josh. I'm telling you, I think Sorare are about to make a lot of people very, very wealthy from streaks. Because if people, like, okay, it's not quite as valuable as Sorare as set, because, you know, you could really take advantage of anytime entry, and you did get some huge boosts on some of those cards, you know. Although, you know, the holos, the shinies, and even the rising flames, I think, are akin to what you get from in season. It's more the chromas and the legendaries that weren't quite there. But I just think people are going to beat the game. None of them are actually free to play at the moment. Oh, damn. There was a guy earlier that was 100% free to play, and he said the budget that he won is what he's using for pro. One guy in my squad hit 1k with squad of only base versions. Do you know what his name was, Two Heavens? Let me search it. Much appreciated. Much appreciado. He'll feature in the video. I spent 450 quid on gems and I didn't hit the 100 quid even bloody once. You hit it 3 times, did you, Josh? Fair play. GG's. I was just too impatient. You balled 480 every time. We've had a great day of going through old scores. I feel like I said this last year around this time, and I didn't live up to my own expectations. But this year, I think I'm going to hit the penultimate streak a lot. And I think I'm going to hit the top streak regularly on on a lot of these divisions. Looking at the scores that I was picking up when we didn't have any time entry, we wasn't able to spread the lives and then also have a week's grace, and I didn't have access to every single player. The amount of 400 plus scores I got was insane. You missed 100 once by 2 points. So funnily enough, even though I didn't hit the £100 at all, I missed it 3 times by less than 2 points, and 1 time by less than like half a point. It was like 0.3 points. Almost went back to back on £1,000 in about 3 days. Missed out on the 480 by about 10 points the second time around. That's savage, isn't it? Yeah, Laird stream today is all about you. Oh, is it? Oh, is that the one with Behab, the 5-day-old one? I caught the first 5 minutes of that before I started streaming myself, but I will go back and watch that one, unless he's got like a... Oh, no, with Harry. Oh, I see. I was watching Quinny's how to start Sorare on a budget video today, and then he was showing his gallery, and he's got a couple of guys that he bought for £1.70. But he's like, oh, I was watching Nep, and before you know it, here I was buying these cars that I have no need for. I was like, oh yeah, getting people involved. Right, that's Portuguese League thrown down. It's a fresh stream with Harry today. Might need a little cameo. Listen, Led or Harry, if they ever want me, they know where to get me. They can message. I will gladly go and talk to them. I would love... do you know what, Josh? I actually want to make a video. Well, I'll make it today after I finish streaming on Sorare, based on my thought process of how much value you can extract from owning just one league. And for those that missed it earlier, because it was a couple of hours ago we spoke about this now, and for those that want to hear it again anyway, here's my mental space, right? Let me show you first of all. Thanks to 69TW for giving me the information on how much I've spent so far. In the SPFL so far, I've spent £700, and I've got almost everything from everyone, but I haven't touched Celtic or Rangers yet. We can reasonably assume I will complete the league for, let's say, £1,200, right? I don't think that's outside of the realms of possibility. In fact, it might even come in a little bit less than that. But let's just, to put a number on it, £1,200 to own every single player in the league. The first thing that we get from that, once Sorare fix these rewards, is 2 icons. I think, I don't know whoever put it in before, but it's 46,000 essence, a whole bunch of clues, 2 icons. I think it's 6 stars, and like 7 or 8 key players. Something like that. Yeah, there's like more essence there, another star. So 2 icons, 6 stars, like 8 or 9 or 10. Oh no, it's 3 icons. Jesus. Oh no, yeah, 2 icons. So 1 icon, 2 stars, 15k essence. So 46k essence, 2 icons, 8 stars, and 5 key players. That straight away, whether they come from the SPFL or they're global, that straight away is going to be a huge amount of returned like revenue, right? I don't know how, like, I don't know if we can put a number on it, I would like to say that will be worth at least £200. Yeah, would we agree that that's fair? Which already takes our net spend down from £1,200 at a loss to £1,000 loss before we've even done anything. Then from buying the amount of cards that you're going to need to buy, yeah, it could be more of a lucky craft, but I think 200 is fair. Then you're collecting a total of over 305 cards. I don't know how many it is altogether, but you're collecting a total of over 300 cards, which means at the very least, you will collect 300 wheel spins. I would probably guess closer to 500 or 600, maybe even more, depending on how kind of strict you are with your bidding process and how close to the line you want to get. But again, for the sake of argument, we're going to go for 300 spins. So that's 300 wheel spins and 30 golden spins. How much value do you get out of that? I don't know what the expected value would be from one wheel spin. Like $1 is probably too much. But from all of those wheel spins and stuff, I think we could probably assign like 50 quid, right? 300 wheel spins, 30 golden spins, and that's as a bare minimum. I'm going to say like 50 quid's worth of value, whether that be market credits, the value you can extract out of XP, the clues which help you get a better card. You might have got a £10 card, now you get a £20 card because you've got extra clues, the essence that you've got. I'm going to say 50 quid. So now before you've even kicked a ball, so to speak, a proverbial ball, a theoretical ball, your 1200 becomes, you now need to make 950 back. The next thing that you get, excluding the streaks, is the in-season game weeks. And because you own one of everything, you will be able to field 4 teams into in-season SPFL every single week. Now, these won't be your primary players, because you're going to keep those for streaks, but that doesn't mean that they can't hit lucky every now and then. And when I say lucky, I don't mean the cash. I mean the essence. You're, over the course of the season, you're going to pick up a significant portion of essence. And I would again say that even if you was unlucky, you will probably make about 50 quid minimum for your in-season rewards. But I actually think you'll do way better than that. But again, for the sake of putting a number on it, now you're 900 short. Then outside of that, you're going to be able to put so many of your leftovers into the classic arena, including the SPFL Cap 260, which you will be able to milk. Yes, it costs, you could have run at a loss here in theory, but it costs here. But you're also going to be able to play U23 classic, just using your in-season cards, All-Star Classic using your in-season cards, and then SPFL Arena using your in-season cards. And then in season, you're going to be able to play 4 SPFL teams. Over the course of the season, because you don't need to buy anything ever, you can just use those things to your advantage, right? Everything you earn, every time you earn 1,000 essence and pull a craft and sell it for £1, that's £1 off of your total. So you've got all of that value out of owning these cards before you've even began your streaks. And then you have to keep into consideration as well the actual value of the cards. What are they going to be worth at the end of the season as a collective? Some of them are going to go from being worth £2 or £3 to being worth quite literally 2 or 3 pennies. Some of them will be going from worth £100 to 20 or 30 pounds. You probably keep £100 or £200 worth of value in the collections as well. So you need to make, let's say, I would put the number on it of about £750 from streaks. If we're taking kind of the bare minimum of all the other areas, and I think I was being way under with what I think you can genuinely obtain from all of those areas that we've just talked about. So now you've got to win £750. If we even ignore the 2x and 3x rewards, all you have to do, and I say this is the This is the holy grail, right? All you have to do is hit that top streak twice in the entire season. And based on how I looked at the scores from my own self when we didn't have any time entry and stuff, I don't think that's going to be hard. Throughout the course of an entire season, I don't think that's going to be hard. You have to have discipline. Somebody in the chat said it perfectly, actually. Yeah. Like, you are going to need to be disciplined for this. Yeah, absolutely. But if you are disciplined, I think you can extract incredible value out of this. And if you're very good and you can hit that top streak whilst the 3x rewards are there, or you can hit that top streak when the 3x rewards aren't there multiple times, you can turn your £1,200 spend into 3,000 or 4,000 over the course of the season, I think, reasonably. I don't want to say it's easy. I don't want to like sit here try and convince people that, yeah, just buy everyone and you fucking won loads of money, because it's going to take a lot of patience, a lot of skill, a lot of planning, you know, a lot of strategy involved. It's not just I've got one of everything, where's my money? It's not going to be like that. It's not going to be that easy. Yeah, if you hit the top streak with 3x rewards, bomb. And so, yeah, I think if you then add in, and this is the other thing, right? So I also think if you then add in the kind of more kind of intricate strategy of buying the in-season rare on that top streak to take advantage of the 40% bonus on rewards, you might even only have to hit that top streak one time. One time. Because you'll get a $200 boost on your reward. Now you've picked up $700 from that. With the extra 50s, 10s, and essences and stuff down here, you're good. You're good. What's the benefit of buying first owner? You get the wheel spins, and they count towards the collection missions, and you get your 5% collection bonus a lot quicker and a lot easier. Tell me for the star and reward, please. I don't know what it is. Somebody said he was like 3k down on cash, but obviously has all the cards. That's pretty banging, isn't it? Do you think you could do it with just the top 3 teams in each league? No, not like that, because if you're doing it with the top 3 teams in each league, you don't get all the collection stuff. You don't get as many wheel spins. You don't get the luxury of playing the in-season or classic arena boards, because all of your players are dedicated to just the streaks. Now, if the price point of the top 3 teams versus every team is only, let's say, £400 or £500 instead of £1,200, then just using the top 3 teams in streaks, yeah, I think that would be good. I think that would be good. Wheel data. Every spin gives you 37.15 essence and 10p market credits. Numbers including golden. You also have a 0.03 chance of a star every spin, so 1 in every 3,300 spins. Okay. So £1 per golden spin. So those 300 spins would be £30. And what did I assign to it as value? £50. And then the essence on top. Yeah, I think £50 is probably quite a reasonable expected value for 300 spins. If that star award from MLS, then that sucks. Yeah, so right now I can't even claim the cards. If I try and claim it, it just says there's no player there. What's really interesting is a few of you guys in the chat, you're right, Haber pal. A few of you guys in the chat have pulled a star from K-League rewards, or pulled a card from K-League rewards, and it's been an MLS card. And some people in here said they pulled a card from MLS rewards and it was an SPFL card. I don't know how true that is. There was no proof attached with that, but it was spoken. I don't know if the rewards from the collection missions are going to be dedicated to that specific league, or if they're just going to be global. The reason why 32.75 in market credits, 11,000 essence, and 10% chance of a star. Yeah, and again, I'll probably still say that's probably around £50 value, right? Because that 11,000 essence could just very well be 11 £1 players, maybe a couple of £2 players here or there. The reason why I'm somewhat cautious as to whether or not they will be stars from the dedicated league is because if I complete the SPFL, icons, I will get 2 icons. There are only 14 icons. I can also think you say that Essence has more value because you maxed out on the clues. Yeah, that's true. So maybe 60 or £70, maybe even more, maybe even £100 from 300 spins. Obviously, it's not expected that 1,000 people would complete the collection missions. But what happens if they did? They wouldn't, like, all of the icons would be owned to complete the collection missions in the first place. To the point where they wouldn't have enough icons to give out to reward for the rewards. So how would that work? Will you use your essence before you get the essence rewards so don't mix all-star and contender, or do we not care? I think the essence that you get from here is all-star. I don't think it's league specific. I've already claimed some essence. Was it from contender? Yeah, it was here. So I claimed 1,000, 1,500, and 2,000. And I think you'll see it banked in here. Yeah, there you go. 1,000, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. It's all all-star essence. Card supply kept to the side like cards and rewards in the past. But if in theory you could have 1,000 people claim 2 stars in a league, that's 2,000 stars you'd have to set aside. You wouldn't be able to complete the missions because there wouldn't be enough stars to complete them to put the stars aside. Do you know what I mean? Interestingly, upped Shanklin to an icon yesterday and downgraded Tyranny to a star. Oh, did they? That is interesting. There's only 14 stars and icons in the SPFL. And you need 15 stars and icons to complete the mission. I did find that quite weird. I already have a full SPFL gallery. How far are you away from I can't look at your collect missions, can I? How far are you away, Ali, from completing all of the collect missions? What does all-star essence mean? It just means it could be anyone from anywhere. I think they've got such a hold over people's ability to earn because of the K League and MLS cards. Honestly, man, like if you have earned, let's say 5,000 Sorare 27 essence, and then you go and draw all-star essence, right? And then you go and draw in that craft room, and it's like, oh, full icons, everyone's an icon, how cool is this? And you're like, oh shit, let me use the rest of the essence that I've got to reveal. Let's keep best 5, let's reveal league, let's reveal nation, and all you get is MLS crap. You're going to be like, what the fuck is this? Why am I getting cards that have got 3 games left? Made £500 crafting MLS cards. I won't complain. From what? Lame low? Or is it I aim low? I aim low. At the ground. MLS streaks. Oh, I see, yeah. So just you just like running the MLS streaks. Yeah, that makes sense. Crafted a rare Yepe worth £300 at the time. That's pretty cool. I crafted a rare zinc, I think, the other day. And did I sell him? Did I? Fuck. It was 2 months ago, to be fair. See, him for 100. I should just sell him. For £100, I should just sell him. Am I going to make £100 from using him in streaks? No. No, I'm not. Am I going to make £100 from using him in any other area? No, I'm not. Should I just try and sell him now for £100? Probs should. Because if I don't, he's just going to sit in my gallery, and then in a year's time, he's going to be worth like £8, and I'm going to go, man, why didn't I sell him for £100 back then? When I crafted him 2 months ago, mind you, I could have got almost £200 for him. Do you 100% need to have the cards first only for the collection missions? Yes. I bought Dundee card, which I bought from the secondary market, and it says I have 1 out of 21 in a mission. Oh, interesting, Dan. Well, let's test that out then. Which collection do I have literally nothing on? Probably the Jupiler Pro League. Yeah, nothing. Shop cards. Manager sales. In season. I don't want to choose in season. I want to choose this season. Do you know what I mean? Don't care for rare. I guess there's none. JPL won't have manager sales yet. Let's see then. Maybe card season. Oh, yeah. Click on season filters. This has still got the playing in game week. So game week 96. It's not very helpful, is it? Nothing in contender. Hear it. That's Ant-Man from the Alright, so I can buy one of these SPFL players. Let me have a look at my collections. So first of all, we'll start with looking at the SPFL as it is. And we're seeing the fact that we currently have, in terms of total players, 207 collected. Right? 207. So if I go and buy an SPFL player from the market, that should go up to 208. I sent you the name earlier. Oh, thanks to heavens. Pop it in the chat again so Josh can see it if he didn't already. What was it? 207, was it? Aberdeen. Let's see if we can find someone cheap. Oh, this guy at £2.5. I don't know if I want to. All right, for the sake of experimenting, we'll buy this guy from £2.5. Panucci Kamada. Probably could have got someone cheaper, but I needed somebody that I didn't have. Now we go back to collections. Go back to the SPFL. Nope, not here. We go here. And then here. Still 207. That's £2 you've just robbed me of. Thanks, pal. Cheers, pal. I bet that was his card as well. I bet he's like, yes, I got one. Fucking let's go. Somebody fell for it. Come on. Why do my missions say no missions available? Well, how are you accessing the missions? Yeah, it only works if you buy 2. It's a duplication glitch, is it? So what? I'm. It don't say it has to be first owner. It does in the blog. I bet if you buy that Ricardo Mangus for €38 from Sporting Classic from that specific manager, it counts as a mission. I'm going to say that it doesn't. I'm going to guess. I'm going to go out on a limb and suggest that that's wrong. I do think for today, though, guys, that is going to be me. I'm exhausted of clicking on this website for a moment. I'm looking forwards to this weekend, though, guys. Like, it is fair to say, like, I wish there was an overview of, like, what's coming up. Do you know what I mean? But we have got, on Friday, Dundee United against Rangers and Lask against Graza. And I think that's it for in-season streak content. And then on Saturday, the 1st of August, we've got 2 SPFL games. And we have got Tiro against Sturm Graz, Salzburg against Hartberg. And I think, do we also get Croatian League here today as well? Yes, we do. The Croatian NHL also begins. Instra against Lokomotiva and Gorica against Osijek. So it all starts, guys, this Friday, this Saturday and this Sunday. It all begins. And it's going to be good to like slowly get into it. You know, a couple of leagues this weekend, a couple more next weekend. Let me get into the flow of building the teams and stuff. But yeah, for today, guys, that is going to be the end. So thank you guys very, very much for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed it. And I will see you next time.